Please let's be on our feet as we take the opening prayer. Everlasting Father, we thank you so much once again for a beautiful day that you bless us with. This is the day that you made for us to rejoice and be glad in. We thank you for bringing us from our various homes together here and those online. We pray committing today's activities into your care, that may your spirit guide and lead us, that at the end we'll be careful to give the praise, glory, honor, and adoration unto you. We commit the speakers into your care. We ask the Lord, may you grant us wisdom to assimilate the things that will be taught or discussed here, so that at the end, Father, we will leave here better prepared to meet the challenges of our time and for the benefit of Ghana and the world at large. This and many more we ask of you in Jesus' mighty name. Amen. Please, let's take our seats.
Please, can we fill the seats in front? Our chairman for today is one of our own, who is a highly skilled professional in remote sensing and GIS with extensive experience in spatial data analysis and environmental resource management. He specializes in land use, land cover mapping, spatial modeling, and GIS-based vulnerability risk assessment. He's committed to applying cutting-edge geospatial technologies to sustainable development planning and capacity building. His expertise supports diverse clients, including governmental agencies, NGOs, and the private sector, in effective decision-making and resource management. Shall we welcome our chairman for this session, G.S. George Senyo Owusu. So we'll take a word from our chairman.
Okay. Good morning to you all once again. Yeah, I hope yesterday you had a nice program. Okay, that's good. So, presidents and then our programs organizer. Thank you for giving me this honors. Yeah, so as I was introduced, I've actually been in the geospatial field for more than 15 years now. And I've actually been exposed to a lot of geospatial technologies when it comes to GIS, remote sensing, and application development. Yeah. So me having this opportunity to be the chairman for this session, I look forward to a collaborative deliberation between all of us. And we look forward to a successful program today. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Chairman. So we'll go on with the presentations for today. Now, our first presenter is GS Michael Nyoble. Now, we are going to do it in this way. We are going to have 4 presentations, then the questions will follow. 4 presentations. And so whatever question you have, just write it down. And then after the presentations, there'll be Q&A, question time. And then you can ask your questions. So we'll take the first presentation. And it's going to be on predicting floods using machine learning and GIS. Case study of Greater Accra. Shall we welcome our presenter?
Thank you very much for the we're looking at predicting floods using machine learning and GIS. In the case study focus on the Greater Accra region of Ghana. The presentation is by Michael Nyoble, Ghana Water Limited. And then the work was also, I did the work together with Reverend Professor John I of KWU. When we talk about floods, yes, we know that generally from 2009 to 2019, there has been recorded about 1,500 floods globally. And this affected over 7 million people, and which resulted in about 51,000 deaths. And the cost of all of this hovers around $371 billion in damages. But this does not include the count of deaths of 10 people. If we add all of this, you see that the figures without the over the years. With all of this, nonetheless, governments are under pressure to deliver trustworthy and accurate flood response. And everyone is expecting long-term solutions to this flood management. And all of this must also focus on forecasting, preventing, protecting, and getting people prepared for floods. If you look at the future of flood disaster management, we are expecting to see accurate prediction, accurate and reliable projections, and which are very, very crucial for flood prediction models, need to control these extreme events. The Greater Accra region, most of us participating, this is usually faces floods, seasonal floods, which occurs between May and June. And you know that the area is considered low lying, the elevation. You look at the elevation data of the area. And then the soil characteristic, you see, mostly is clay as well. And the area is having inadequate and undersized drains. I just wanted to picture all of these things and then see what will be happening. And then you see the attitude of our colleagues or our other citizens there. We dump a lot of trash into these undersized drains. And you can see these are some of the primary causes of the floods in this region. So when you look at all of this, yes, the
floods, as we have it, is one of the events that cause major destruction to properties and lives. One of the major ones, that's floods. Then the issue with these floods that we grapple with is the forecast uncertainty. So anyone who want to know when the flood will occur, when the time it will take for us to predict that these floods are happening. But then with the background of this, you see, due to climate change, it becomes much more difficult for us to see that we can predict these floods. A lot of work have been done, though, in this area, which had focused on using digital elevation models and then satellite-based approaches to model these risks in this area. But these have not been comprehensive enough for us to be able to predict the floods. So this study took all of this into consideration and then said that why not mix machine learning and GIS? We bring these two together to model and predict floods within the Greater Accra region. And we also considered early warning system, but I'll not bring the early warning system into this particular presentation. The resulting model from this prediction would be looking at the GIS data and then artificial neural network. Specifically, we'll be looking at the long short-term memory, LSTM for short. You'll be seeing LSTM come a lot into the presentation. So this will take into consideration the historic data, we feed it in, and then we look at certain parameters that will then bring out the prediction and say that it is going to rain today. And this is the magnitude of rain we are expecting on this day. And the final thing that we looked at was then the early warning system, which we'll look at in another paper in future. So the aim is to develop a prediction model for extreme floods using the AI and that's artificial neural network and GIS. The objectives: one, to develop flood prediction model using machine learning, applying LSTM to it. Then we want to answer the question, which model will best predict floods in Greater Accra? With this, we developed a rainfall prediction model using the LSTM with meteorological factors as input. The next objective was to develop flood hazard maps of the study area. And this, we intend to answer the question, which parts of the study area are flood risks? Once you predict rainfall, you want to know which areas should be flooded. Then the approach is to identify flood-causing geospatial factors, process these data sets, overlay these layers using the analytic hierarchy process, AHP for short. So you'll be seeing that we'll be using these abbreviations as we move on. The third is to also determine the geographical areas that will be affected by the floods. So which areas will be affected by floods in the Greater Accra region? And we'll be using the flood risks map that I spoke about earlier to identify the various areas that are flood risks. And then we'll classify them into the various categories of their risks. The material we use for the study is indicated on the screen. You can see it as numbered from 1 to 10, down to 11 there. And also the softwares used as well are also shown on your screen. The study area, the Greater Accra region of Ghana, yes, which is, yeah, having I think the highest population, if our next massive, they are competing with Ashanti region. And the methodology as used is also displayed on the screen. So one of them is a flood, the rainfall prediction. You can see the methodology, the flow coming down, where we considered the input of rainfall, temperature, humidity, atmospheric pressure. Then we did data processing, and we did data cleaning and processing. We fed it into the machine learning model, and then we got the prediction out. Then we had to do another model, that's a runoff model. So this, we got data set from the land use, land cover from the satellite image, fed in soil map also from the satellite image, overlaid it, and we did an overlay between these two, and then look at the curve numbers of the soil, weighted it, and then taking into consideration the condition. So we took some number of days of rainfall that will be feeding into the soil. Then we were able to feed that in to get the runoff model. The RICS model also, we took into consideration the various, about a number of layers. So we use the land use, land cover, the distance to the river, and some other parameters, which I'll bring out when I'm talking about my results. And we overlaid them using the AHP ranking and GIS mapping. And then we got the flood risks. We validated this, and then the risk layer was also gotten for us to see the various locations that were flooded. Out of the model that we did, yes, the rainfall prediction, the results we got from our prediction as indicated on the screen. We predicted the rainfall, and then we plotted the prediction against the actual data. You can see that it matches quite closely with what is displayed. The predicted is the green value, the green line as you see, and then the actual figure is a red one. You see a few places that there were the deviations. The model gave us the root mean squared error of 0.0366. Then the mean average error of 0.0267, and then the R squared of 95.25%, which gives us at least some hope that this is quite accurate for us to use in our prediction. When we compared with work that was done by other people within the field, you see that we had a deviation of 4.47% in terms of the R squared, which at least positioned ourselves in the line of the works done earlier than us. So they used similar methods in the work that was done, and ours was quite close to that one that was done as well. With the flood risk area that modeling, these are the inputs layers that we did use in modeling that. So we took the lithological, that's the geological data of the Greater Accra, and then the soil map data. And we, based on these various characteristics of this, we classify them on their flood causing characteristics, because that is the focus of this area. So all of these areas, we have to look at how they would be causing flood, or what impact they will be, what impact they will produce post flood. We also look at the slope and elevation as well. Then the distance to stream, and then the drainage density map. And then we look at the rainfall also, and then land use, land cover maps. These we put in, and then with the analytic hierarchy process, as I indicated, we came up with the flood risk map that we're having. And we also did map the historic floods that occurred within the Greater Accra region. And we used to overlay the flood risk map, as you can see on the screen. So that is is it purple, or the purple that I see on the screen? Yes. That is the one that we use to validate the flood risk map that we have indicated on the screen. And then the final output, as you are having the flood risk map of the Greater Accra region, indicating the various areas, and then how flood prone these are. So the red indicating the place that have high risks to flood, where we will be expecting much more floods when it rains. The moderate ones are within the yellow zone, and then the green are the low zone to the flood rates. With this, when we did the calculation of this, looking at the whole area, the percentages of the areas that are low rates, we realized that we had our 74.59% low to flat, low rates to flat. Those areas that are moderate rates are 13.91, whilst the high classes covered 11.50% respectively. This gives us idea into what these areas are that will be having floods. We know how, when we are using the model to predict the floods, the rainfall, we could predict the rainfall. And if you live in any area close to these places, you will then be able to know that when it rains and you know this magnitude, your area should be flat. Risks to the risk categories we have modeled for us to be able to warn ourselves and get prepared towards these disasters. Thank you very much.
So we'll take our next presentation. It's on Roadesi, a smart platform for road asset mapping and management in Ghana. Shall we welcome with an applause our presenter, GS Professor Ato Andam.
Good morning, and I bring you greetings from Kumasi. We say Osekum, we are proud Americans. I could present from here if it's not ready. So because I'm online. Yeah, so allow me to. Yes, the one Roadesi. Okay, great. Thank you very much. So this work has been undertaken at the Regional Transport Research Education Center, as well as the Center for Geospatial Innovations and Research at both at K University. And it's an asset mapping platform for roads. It's been undertaken by myself and a number of people. You will see them as we go on. So we know that the main mode of transport in Ghana is through road transport, and yes, sir. Yeah. Next section. So he's actually running forward. Yeah. It's changing now. Okay, yeah, good. So roads are the main means of transport in Ghana and most other African countries. But we know that we have a lot of situations where we have bad roads, and I particularly hate traveling on bad roads. One of the biggest issues is that for us to maintain our roads, we need good data to be able to maintain our roads. Unfortunately, in many of our road agencies, we don't have very good databases on the conditions of our roads. Why so? Number one, the data collection methods are very expensive, time consuming, and even when the data has been collected, sharing it becomes difficult because they are concentrated in the various road agencies. So we kind of coming up with a platform that will be easy to collect the data and also to be cost effective. Next, to be cost effective in maintaining. So we decided to develop a mobile-based platform. Please, you should be going with me. I'm like on the 5th slide. It's not working from here. So if it's okay, you can let me present from here. Okay, good. Right, thank you. So we wanted to work on this platform that uses just a mobile phone, any mobile phone, to be able to collect road-related information. So the input for this system will be the sensors on the phone, that is the gyroscope, the accelerometers in our Android phones, as well as iPhones, as well as for some phones, LiDAR data. And we developed 3 modules, which I will talk about very soon. And of course, the outputs are there. So the first module is the precise sensor data acquisition tool, which uses what we call the gyroscopes and the accelerometers to derive information on the vertical displacement of the car as it moves. So we install the mobile phone in the car, and as the car moves, it measures the displacement as the car moves. And that we converted into what we call the International Roughness Index, which is an internationally accepted index for looking at how smooth it is when you travel on the road. Then there is a second tool. Well, this is the International Roughness Index. This is how it is used to classify whether the road is bad or good. So these are some of the outputs from the mobile application. We have a mobile side, and this is how we collect. This is an interface of the data collection tool. And these are some of the results and collecting some of the information that we'll use to compute the roughness index for the roads. Okay. Then we also developed another module out of it called the Iris, which uses the camera and also for some phones, a LiDAR on the phone to collect the conditions of the road. So if it's a pothole, they can see it. And the other thing that this can do is that not only can it measure the condition, the traffic engineers also require information on the sizes of these potholes and conditions, so that if they're going to do their maintenance, they will know the area size they would use to compute the cost. So the application not only detects it, but it can compute the size of the pothole or any other condition that it detects. And these are some of the outputs. I'll just move on from there. So this is a video that shows some of the detection. The detections that we have is showing here. Maybe for those who are online, they would see, but it's not showing here. So as you move along, it's able to detect the various conditions, and that can be used to determine the general conditions of the road. Again, we developed from the system so we also use it in the same system. We have begun using the LiDAR sensors that are available in some applications. Yesterday, I think one of our colleagues was talking about using the phones to make such photogrammetric measurements. So we use a LiDAR and we're able to use it to measure in very, very accurate terms the map the road generally, create videos along the road, and also make measurement that will compute things like the volume, the depth of our roads, and so forth and so on. So on the desktop app, this is the side of the desktop where you can have some information. You are able to collect road data with a mobile app. It can compute the roughness index for you. It can also detect. But on our desktop application, we have improved models on that one because of its computational capacity. So it can compute much more information. You can filter out some of the errors of the data, and you can also perform better classifications of the road conditions. So, for instance, the app is based on the phone. The phone, we all know, doesn't have a very good accuracy. So if you're not using something like a DGPS, the condition might be here, but if you use a mobile phone, it could be there. So we use map matching algorithms, for instance, on our desktop app to pull literally the points onto the right places. Just like the way Google Maps helps us to find ourselves always on the road. You always see yourself on the road, but when you actually go into the actual coordinates, sometimes you'll be on the curb when indeed you are on the road. So we use the same kind of algorithms to improve it. And you can see some of the corrections there. So this is some of the results that we have. We map the area, and using the international IR classifications, we classify the road as good, poor, fair, and whatnot. And these are some of the results that we have. This result is from Accra to Kumasi, for instance. So you can see some of the bad sides of the road and some of the good sides. Again, we mapped Kumasi to Takoradi. A lot, at the time we did our map, a lot of the areas were terrible. You can see the increased, the higher resolutions on the right side. We compared our results with a Europhometer. A Europhometer is used for this kind of measurements. It's more of the conventional tool used, but we have just a few in Ghana. So we compared our results to that of the Europhometer. You'd see that the Europhometer was giving extreme values, sometimes values that were not really true, and ours outperformed it in many areas. We used ANOVA and other comparisons to look at the results between our system and that of the Europhometer, and in many cases they were comparable. Sometimes they were off, but we also went into the ground physically, and where the road was really bad, most of the time our system proved to be correct. More than that, we decided to also come up with a way of objectively selecting which roads to work on. Sometimes, I mean, we know in Ghana, especially during elections, we just determine we are going to work on this road, work on that road. We have decided to come up with an objective way to help our decision makers decide which roads needs to be maintained and which methodology that should be used to maintain the roads. And we employed multiple decision criterion algorithms, AHP being one of them, and we took into consideration various variables like the road condition, the traffic volume, the road type, the socio-economic and political significance, because like it or not, political significance is one of the major reasons that goes into which road we should work on. The age of a road, the amount of money that is available, and these lists can be increased. So we discussed with experts in the field, what is it that you think should be the variable that we should use, and what weight should we place on them? We discussed with the expert, and this list is actually, we are still building this list up. And this is how the framework looks like. For one of the test drives, we took all the criterion that I have talked about, and we used it to apply on certain sections of roads in central region. And based on that, giving the different weights for what for the key variables, we're able to determine which roads should be worked on and which ones should be worked on later. So what do we have in the future for Rhodesia? We seriously want to look at how to really integrate the LiDAR mapping. We are working on that. The work on that is at the beginning. We also want to expand the iris so that it can determine almost every asset on the road. And the very important thing is to continuously work with stakeholders to improve the criterion we use in selecting which roads to work on. These are members of my team. We've been working, they are mostly from TREC, that is Transport Research and Education Center at Kia University. And we continuously work on this together. These are some of our partners, that's TREC. The World Bank has been supporting us, and also the Geospatial Innovation and Research Center, which is based at the Department of Geomatic Engineering at Kia University. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. That was brief and concise. Thank you for a good job done. So we'll take the next presentation. We are supposed to take some presentations online, but as they prepare, we want to take the in-house to give them the chance to prepare and quickly join us. So the next presentation is on assessing the accuracy of GNSS-enabled rugged mobile phones. And it will be presented by GS Michael Nyogbe. Let's welcome him once again.
Yes. So good morning once again. So this time we are looking at assessing the accuracy of GNSS, GNSS-enabled rugged mobile phones. A case study of Ghana Water Limited. The work was done by myself, Dr. Richard Apiotu, David Neokain, Gloria Ifuapoku, and Crime Jason. Provided support with the devices and some of the analysis as well. So this work we did, manufacturers of the devices of this device used in the study did not commission us or Ghana Water to conduct this research. Additionally, Ghana Water did not receive any compensation for carrying out the study. We did it purposely for improving on our operations and on the devices we procure for use within our operations. So it has nothing to do with the manufacturers or their distributors within the country. And the results have been used solely within the company. So that's a disclaimer we are putting across before we go on. So the Ghana Water Company Limited, as you know, is a solely government-owned utility and responsible for production, transmission, distribution of potable water within the urban areas of Ghana. With the advent of technology, Ghana Water has been adopting these kinds of technology to improve its work. And in the line of the geospatial, we want to look at location data. And the mobile phones have come in very handy for locating and tracking our assets compared to the traditional GNSS devices, which cost so much that if we want to spend money on these, we would have to stop producing water. This raises the question of how the organization can use fit-for-purpose technology for accurate location data without straining our resources, which is limited. So we have to look at different mobile devices which offer varying levels of accuracy based on technology used. And this study aimed to evaluate the accuracy of 8 GNSS-enabled smartphones, which we, in our thought, we consider them to be rugged for spatial data collection. And we want to look at this data collection over a 60 seconds period within the water utility. The study area primarily was focused within the head office of the Ghana Water Limited, as you can see indicated on your screen. And you can see that there are 2 story buildings, 2 4-story buildings put together there. And then the locations we collected as samples are also indicated, numbered 1 to 8 on the screen. And we're considering various factors that would bring in obstructions to measurements and places that will be very clear to the atmosphere, assuming that we'll get full satellite reception. The equipment used, 6 number different GNSS-enabled Android smartphones, 1 number course-enabled RTK GNSS device. The data collection with the mobile phones. So at each of the 8 stations, each of the 8 mobile device was used to collect that data. It will log for 60 seconds. So you have to repeat it for each of the devices for a number of times at those places. You have to repeat the process, after which we retrieve the data that we logged from the 8 mobile phones and do some form of cleaning to see those outliers, get rid of them, get the data from the course RTK enabled GNSS device, and we do comparison of these data. We analyze them, be able to compare. But then to be able to do this analysis, we have to get all these 2 sets of data, the one from the phones and the RTK. Everything must be in the same coordinate system. So if it's the UTM zone 30 north coordinate system, we projected everything into. We found the horizontal differences between the phone measure and then the control coordinates, those that we use the RTK to collect. Then we have to apply some statistical measures on these, be able to see the errors in each of the locations based on each of the devices that we use. So we consider the mean error, standard deviation, and root mean squared error for each phone at each location. Then the accuracies of each phone across the location to assess the consistency and potential environmental factors affecting the performance. So the devices used, as you can see them on the screen, then the number of recordings for each of them, we were looking at 32 different recordings for each of them. And then we realized that there were some outliers. So the first device, we had 3 outliers, which we had to exclude from our analysis. The next one, 2, then 3, 2, 3, in that order. Those that we included in the analysis, that's on the last column indicated there. So the list was 29, the maximum 30 data sets were used in the analysis. When we did the analysis, you could that's the results from the analysis as you see on the screen. The overall accuracies you can see of these devices. So as the occupation time increases, you see that the accuracy keeps improving. Generally, that's a general trend. But then you then see that some were performing better than others. Some of the devices were performing better than the other devices. Give us the idea of what to choose for our work. So on the right-hand side of the graph on the right-hand side, for example, gives the accuracies in the open air. You will see that once the device is turned on and you can see it starts logging. From 1 going, you see those that are not performing. Each of them are color-coded. You don't want to mention the name so much because you want to protect the brands as much as possible, but you can see them on the screen as well. And those that perform bad poorly, you can see their figures are sometimes 20 meters, 15 meters. On the screen of the device, you'll be seeing 2 meter, 3 meter displayed. But what we logged is completely inconsistent with what is displayed on the screen. And once you stay there longer, you see that the accuracies keep improving. Some were not, even this is within a clear sky, and you can then see what is displayed there. We measured some also under canopies also to see how these performed. And you can see some particular device also not underperforming there, as indicated in the results there. Then those that we did also under shed, we did one under trees, we did one under a shed to also see how they perform. You then see that the performance for most of them were quite erratic. And it's attempted to improve as the occupation time also increased, but it wasn't as good as we expected. But then you could see those that were performing better even under the shed also. From the data, you could see those ones as well. Then we did one also close to the wall as well, because we want to mimic the conditions we see on the field, because in our operations, we send meter readers, we send pipe fitters to work, and they encounter these scenarios on the field. So we have to replicate them in our created lab. That's the study area, to see what happens to the kinds of data we'll be getting when we send them out. And you can see how the accuracies are dancing on the screen there. And then the one so we put all of that together, then you see the overall accuracy also indicated the wall, the shed, the canopy, and then the open air. So when we looked at all of these, it gives us idea of which of the devices were performing well under these conditions for us to be able to choose what to procure, what to use within our operations. We looked at ruggedness, yes, and then we looked at the accuracies as well. And we realized, yes, some will perform well, but might not be as rugged as we would be expecting. So you have to then consider and then mix all of this. Would I be able to trade off a little bit of the accuracy towards the ruggedness, or trade off the ruggedness and then get accuracy? But then on the field, our teams who are there are not even specialists. So they will definitely drop these devices and you have to replace them. So this gave us an idea of, yes, now, if you want to now move forward and then collect these data at moderate cost, what we should choose. That is what we were able to glean from this, our work. There are various locations that we pick the data, yes. My screen is not showing, but there was a picture there showing some of the locations though. But then this is, yes, you can see some of the locations of some of the places that we picked the data close to the, so that's when we're using the RTK enabled the GNSS device to pick those locations and then repeat it with the phones down there, not on top, so that we can have the obstruction really playing in the data collection. With this, yes, it should give us an idea that yes, when we are going to select a device fit for purpose for our use, which is not the traditional method of collection, we should put it to test. And then based on the data, use that one in selecting the right tool for the right work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Michael. No, but so we'll take our next presentation from Prof. again. Geospatial innovations in health research, advancing public health solutions in Ghana. Shall we welcome him once again with an applause?
Good morning again. Thank you for the opportunity. Again, this work has been carried on out by my colleagues and team members from the Geospatial Innovations and Research Center at KNUST Kumasi. We know that GIS basically has a lot of applications when it comes to health. And for a country like Ghana, where we don't have a lot of resources, using GIS and geospatial technology in managing health-related issues stands to give us great benefits. So in this work, I present a number of works that we've done at KNUST, looking at how we could utilize geospatial work, geospatial technology in GIS, in public health. We've done this work with colleagues at KCCR and also the Komfo Teaching Hospital. So this work basically will talk about two main applications. One in lymphatic filariasis, that is what we normally know as elephantiasis, and also one in pediatric cancer. So I'll take the LF first. I'm sorry, I should have given a disclaimer about some of the images. But this is, we know of elephantiasis or LF that causes people to have swollen limbs. Sometimes you can go to the scrotal area of a human being or the foot, the hand, and they are caused by normal mosquito bites. So mosquitoes bite people, and these mosquitoes carry the pathogens that cause this disease. And that's scary, right? We hear mosquitoes because mosquitoes is all over Ghana. Sometime in 2000, this was noticed to be a big problem. So the nation, with assistance from developmental partners, started administering what we call drugs for people all over the countries in the endemic communities in Ghana. And they did what we call a mass drug administration. That was about 20 years ago. And they have been looking at certain areas. But what we saw is that nobody had looked at what is the effects of that mass drug administration. The work that was done, the drugs that have now given to the people, what is the effects? And how has it improved on the conditions of the people? So, and the other thing too was that we have noticed, our research partners noticed that the disease is very prevalent in southern, the coastal part of Ghana, and also the northern part of Ghana. The middle belt is kind of left out. So why? Why is it so? So those are some of the reasons why we decided to embark on this work. So of course, the whole work was carried on over the entire country, but we also had specific interest in looking at the northern part of Ghana and the southern part of Ghana where the disease is really endemic. For data, which is one of the biggest issues, we'll be discussing data today, we collected secondary data of where the disease has been recorded. Data from 1994 all the way to 2012. Also data that has been collected by other researchers. We also use that one. And in collecting the data, they did not have any location attached to them. So what we had to use was the names of the locations, the villages, the communities that we had, and we reverse decoded them to be able to get their coordinates. And we grouped the data into the time before the mass drug administration and the time after the mass drug administration for us to see if there is any improvement or not after the several millions of dollars that has been invested. We also wanted to look at what in the environment could contribute to the disease. Why is it that you find it in certain parts of the nation and not in other parts when the climatic conditions don't vary too much? So we use a number of data sets and you can find them here. So we first, in our analysis, we began to do a hotspot analysis. We wanted to see which part of the nation do we have the disease clustering. And we did it for both the pre MDA and then the post MDA. You'd see that the biggest clusters was in the northwestern part of Ghana. And we also had some clusters also in the northeastern parts. And there were some small clusters in southern Ghana along the coast. When you look at the post-MDA, you'd see that, again, the clusters we see the big clusters are in northern Ghana. However, the biggest one of them, you can see that it has moved down, if you can look at it very well. What that means is that the disease is kind of walking, if I can use that term. It's moving from communities. So areas that were not highly endemic, even after the drug administration is being done, is moving away from the area that there was a large concentration and areas that we haven't really taken notice of, and that the drugs are not being applied there. Those areas are now beginning to see high endemic situations. So you can see in the northeastern part, we are also getting big clusters there. So you can see in this particular chart, you see the so-called movement of the disease, and that calls for some attention because some areas at the moment, the drugs are given to just some communities, thinking that the disease is over. But we've not really added any geospatial technology to see which areas are still endemic. And what we are seeing is that, look, the disease is moving to some areas. And let me add this one, the funding for this administration of the drug is going down. So in many locations, they are stopping, and that is dangerous. The other thing that we should know about this disease is that somebody can carry the pathogens for 10 years. It can be in your body for 10 years. So maybe the person was in an endemic region, he never showed it. He moves to Accra or Kumasi, and now if the mosquitoes bite, the person now will carry the pathogens, and who knows? Can it affect other people? We don't know. So we need to be very careful in terms of the administration. So when we did our analysis, the risk analysis, whether somebody is likely to get it before and after the intervention, we saw that, look, the intervention has achieved some good things. Overall, in the past, before the drug administration, before someone could get this disease, you had a risk of 0.12 risk of getting the disease. But now, or after the intervention, the risk has reduced significantly to 0.2, which is very good. I mean, this is very good. It shows that the money that was invested has yielded some good fruits. But we also see that in some areas, the risk has increased. So if you can see the map on the right, the red stands for areas with increased risk, and the blue stands for areas with reduced risk. The risk has increased for certain areas in northern Ghana, and particularly around the Cape 3 points too, some risk has also increased there. We also began to look at it in connection to the climatic zones in Ghana, because the disease, we saw a strong correlation with climate. And what we saw is that the wet evergreen, which is in the now western region, right? So the southwestern part of Ghana is the area with the highest prevalence. So if you look at this area, you are more likely to get a disease than any other part of Ghana. This map shows the prevalence post and after, and we created a surface out of it, and you can see the results. We also did what we call the ecological niche modeling, where we try to take all the environmental factors that could be related to the disease. So we took things like rainfall, temperature, socioeconomic factors like the kind of housing that is an indicator to poverty, for instance. We also took night lights. Night lights from satellite data can tell you whether the area is rural, because in the urban areas we have more light, and the rural areas we have less light. And we use species distribution modeling, SDM, which uses machine learning to be able to look at the patterns between the occurrence of a disease and the prevalence. So that's what we did. And over the entire nation, we saw that there's a high correlation with the occurrence of a disease with the night light, areas where there is low night light, and rainfall, and also slopey areas that are sloping. And when you interpret this physically, what it means is that the areas that are in the rural areas, and areas that have high rainfall and are low lying, so, and which are also close to river bodies, they tend to have high prevalence of the disease. One of the things that we have provisionally established, we need more study, is that mangroves, especially in southwestern Ghana, we have found some kind of correlation between the reduction of the mangrove and the high prevalence of the disease. That means as we are cutting our mangroves, it's likely that the fishes will reduce. And when there are not enough fishes in the water bodies, you have more mosquitoes in the swampy areas. And of course, they can yield more disease, they can cause more. So this is the modeling that we did, and there are a number of these graphs. I decided to show only 3 of them. And what we saw that, especially for northern Ghana, distance to water bodies, the elevation of the area, and also the housing, okay, was really, really linked to it. What does this mean physically? What means that the areas close to water bodies, okay, the areas that are mostly low-lying, and also areas that don't have very good housing, because we use the housing was an indication of poverty, because people in the urban areas tend to have houses that are of a certain standard with better control for mosquitoes. And when we go to rural areas, it's also different. So we realize that in the rural areas where we don't have housing to a certain level of standards, we're more likely to find the diseases there. Then we did the modeling for the entire nation to see which areas are we more likely to find the disease, or which areas can the disease thrive. Okay, if somebody is getting exposed, which area can the disease move from one person to the other? And you can see that it's in the northern part of Ghana, so from a little bit in Upper East, all the way to almost the entire part of Upper West, which is very interesting. Again, in southern Ghana, we saw that the disease was really around the coastal areas, especially close to the western part. So from the Ahanta to the Nzima areas, we had a lot of incidents, or the area looks to be very ripe for the disease to do well there. So what can we do with this? If we have a map like this, then of course the Ghana Health Service and all the policy makers can now begin to target these areas to ensure that the mass drug administration is done in those areas. So when people cannot pass the pathogens to the mosquitoes, then of course the occurrence of a disease will go down. So I'll talk again about the spatial coherency of cancer or child cancer in Ghana. We did this work with some colleagues at Komfo-Anokye, KCCR, and of course, KNUST. We've seen that, well, our colleagues at Komfo-Anokye, the pediatric center, saw that cancer cases had increased from 2018 all the way to 2022. This just 5 years, there had been a very serious increase. And we asked the question, was it spatially correlated? And they didn't know. So we said, okay, give us your data. Let's see if there's any geographical underpinnings to these cancer cases. And we knew in our minds that, is it likely to be correlated to galamsey in Ghana? Is it likely to be correlated? So we took data from the pediatric center. Again, the biggest issue there is that there's no locational information. So we just took the names of the communities that these patients were from. And again, we reverse geocoded them. And we did it for the entire country. But there is a disclaimer here because the data came from Komfo-Anokye. So it is only those who went to Komfo-Anokye that we could use their data from. And also, the only locational data was where they lived. They didn't tell where they had lived. Maybe the person lived in Kumasi, but really grew up or stayed at Mankran. So you wouldn't know that one. So that makes it a little, that's a limitation of the study. So over the entire country, this is the kind of data that we collected from Komfo-Anokye. Obviously, a lot of it's clusters around Kumasi, where Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital is found. So you can tell that because of that, the data can be skewed in the analysis. We had people from almost over the country coming to Komfo-Anokye, but the data could be skewed. Therefore, for our analysis, we decided to concentrate on the Bron areas, Ashanti, and part of the eastern region. We didn't, and also the western region. We didn't want to do it for the entire country. When we did that, we saw it biased our results. So we wanted to concentrate on these areas. So these are the areas that we took. And we tried to correlate it with galamsey site. Unfortunately, we didn't get enough data for the galamsey sites. So it kind of biased our analysis. So we just decided to look at just the spatial coherency. We didn't look at the correlation between the galamsey sites and the cancer cases because of the nature of the data. We couldn't really do a better correlation. We hope that we can get that data and do better analysis. These are some of the data, the demographic data or the cases that we have. We can see from this that in 2022, we have had increases in the cancer cases. Okay, thank you. And these are the hotspots that we're seeing. And this is what I want us to look at. This is what I want us to look at. This is a KDE, a kernel density estimation of all the locations of those who had cancers. And drawn for each year. So from 2018, 19, all the way to 2022. And you can see that the hotspot was working, moving from the place of the highest occurrence was around Ashanti region, which is expected because when you are in and around Ashanti region, when you get these cancer cases, you would go to Pompanoche. So it's expected. But as the years increased, you could see that the increment was going to the Bronx areas. Okay, so this is what we began to see. Now, what could be that? Could it be linked to illegal mining? Could it be linked to agricultural practices? What is in the environment that is causing pediatric cancer to move in such areas? That we don't know as yet. We are looking at going in there and doing some more, collecting soil samples and doing some more analysis to be able to establish a clear linkage between the cancer cases and cancer cases and the mining. So yes, we've seen that there's been an increase. It has moved to the north western part of the region of Ghana, and we have to get some more data to be able to conclude whether indeed Galamsey or any other practices that we do or we have in Ghana is connected to this. These are some of the researchers that I work with. We work with. Dr. Fiba is with me at Geomatic. The rest are from biochemistry, KCCR, and Pompanoche. Of course, they have Dr. Asari too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Q&A time. So we'll take questions.
Okay, my name is Justice Kweku Aida with I work with Ghana Ports and Harbour Authority. I'm very pleased with the presentation. It is enlightening. It shows the potential of GIS for Ghana's development. The question I have for the three presenters, two so far, I believe, is this nice presentation. From Michael's presentation, we've seen areas in Accra where in few years we are certain by the model he has presented that they may be affected by flood. My question is, yesterday we spoke about collaboration. If we don't collaborate, what we have here is so nice. How do we collaborate and disseminate this information to the appropriate agencies and authorities so that we can put in preventive measures so that we will not be caught off guard and say, oh, it has happened again, and people are dying, property is being destroyed, yet we had this valuable intellectual data. So that's my question. How do we disseminate this information and collaborate with the appropriate agencies for the usage of this information? Thank you.
Any other question before he comes in?
Good morning. My name is Franz Alex Gizi Esilfi. On the accuracy of GNSS enabled smartphones. I'd like to find out, was the test conducted with a SIM card in the various phones? Usually when you've got a SIM card in the phone and it's connected to the cell tower, you tend to get a slightly higher accuracy than when it's off. So I'd like to find out whether something of that sort was considered while running the tests. Thank you.
Please.
Hello. Hi, good morning. My name is Samuel Jikunu, and thank you, Michael and Prof, for your presentation. My first question is to Michael. I was wondering if you actually considered the anthropogenic effect of him during your prediction, that if it could have any effect on the model in the next future. If you considered that during your presentation. And then Prof, I also wanted to find out for your geodesy, why did you use just any mobile phones if it was not supposed to be for the public to collect data for you? But I realized that for what you did, it was for the agency to use the device to collect data and improve the data collection. So you also said that the accuracy of the mobile phones are not that good, that you have to use some algorithms to pull the data close. So I was thinking, if it wasn't for the public, you could have actually used a high-end device that could take a very good picture and improve the accuracy of the GPS. My third question to you, Prof, was also about the GIS in health. I was going to ask this question, but I think you explained it about patient migration. Yeah, but you really didn't see any patient migrating throughout your study. Did you see anything like that? Even though you considered it, did you see anything like that? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. The first question was on collaboration, right? Yes. So Ghana Water, where I work, we currently have signed an MOU with Garrett. And Garrett is working on this issue within the Greater Accra region. So from that aspect, yes, we are having some collaboration. We even are looking at getting their data. They have the LiDAR data that they flew over Accra, which we are hoping to also get to use. But then I also realized that Garrett has also done a similar work as well. So if you look at the prediction of even rainfall, they've done something very similar. And I also saw online, they did publish some RICS map quite close to what we have. When we meet them in the collaboration level and we have that discussion, then we'll be able to know exactly how they also got their results and how we can share the knowledge in improving upon that. The other question that was in line with the SIM card for the accuracies, we did not use the SIM card for that. So I would not be able to speak to the issue of the SIM card. Yes. We use them without the SIM card. We wanted to look at the login capability of the device without the SIM card. The third question was an anthropogenic effects on the flood risk map, right? I think that was out of the scope of what we were doing. We did not, because we did not consider that at all. If it was within, they would have found a way to model that in there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the good question. The first one was on why we developed the Rodacy app for almost any mobile phone. Yes, the kind of mobile phone used would sort of improve the accuracy of the location, as Michael showed in his presentation. But our application has a twofold intention. We want to actually, in the long term, do what we call crowdsourcing for data collection. We want everybody to give us data so that we can continuously collect information on how our roads are performing or our roads are. And that can be used when we aggregate that data for some time, we'll be able to we should be able to manage our roads quite well. However, we are working on improving the accuracies on the phones. If an agency is going to use it, there are better phones to buy. For instance, I was going to ask you that, for instance, the Huawei Mate, is it Mate 2? It has a dual frequency receiver. So you would expect that the accuracy goes high. For work that is not real time, you can also exploit the RINEX file from the mobile phones now, and that can also be used to improve accuracies. So we are currently looking at those, but those will be targeted for agencies, because we can now ask them to bring the data to us or the phones to us, and then we can improve the accuracies. But the main idea is to make it crowdsourcing. Okay. And also a very important question is the patient migration. That is very, very true, especially for the cancer cases. The main thing that we should look at is that, number one, if we look at the data, well, this is just for children. The cancer cases that we have here is just for children. And I've forgotten the percentage, but there has been a significant increase from 2018 to 2022. That is the first thing, significant increase. And number two, you can see that it's all the data we have, the people are coming from all over the country. So it's not just one place. And this is data from one big hospital. Imagine we had gotten data from all the big hospitals we have in Ghana. That will give us a better picture. And if we had data from not just children, but adults, everyone, that will get a better presentation. Yes, people move from one place to the other, and it affects both the cancer cases and also the the elephantiasis. That is a limitation that we could not deal with in our models. So we know that is there, that limitation is there. However, if you look at the aggregate one, the picture should look about right. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, so there are some questions online as well, which I want to read before I take. So one person was asking, which satellite image did you use for the soil and land use land cover? Then another person asked, how was the AHDA? I presume is talking about the AHP ranking done, expert knowledge, literature reference, or ad hoc. Then another one was asking the resolution, which, so let me just start responding to some of them, I think, before. Then the third one was, are citizens supposed to download the app and use it? If so, does different phones have different sensor sensitivity limits? If not, who is using the app or going to use the app? Yes, so now the image used for the land use land cover is a Landsat 8 image, and the resolution is 30 meter. Yes, and then the AHP was done with the expert knowledge. So the data, the various data sets that were used for the AHP overlay was given to one, a geological engineer, the other, a civil engineer, to look at these, and then based on the various characteristics of these data, based on their expert knowledge, indicate whether how prone it is to flooding or causing flood. If soil, you look at the various types of soil as defined in the soil data, and then use that to answer. When you go to the geology data as well, you use that. And then the distance to the water body, you use that. And also ask them, if I take soil and I take the distance to river, which of them will cause the flooding most? If I also mix any of the layers as well. So these experts use their expert knowledge to give all of these, which was then used to encode the data within the each of the feature classes, and then was brought in for the GIS environment to do the overlay and bring out the results that you saw on the screen. So, Prof, you can take the other one. Or should I read the question again?
Oh, I think I got it.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So the person was asking, is the app downloadable? Is it available? At the moment, it is not yet on the Play Store. Play Store. We have developed the app. We are in the testing phase. We want to make sure that it works. And the person also asked, why did we not limit it? And that's one of the biggest things for those who do app development. Compatibility with different phones, compatibility with different versions of the OS. So if you are using Android, are you using Android 15, Android 16, Android 17? If I use, we have the version for iPhone, but we have kind of paused its development for now. We want to finish the Android and then move on to iPhone. There are a lot of issues when it comes to compatibility. Sometimes you can use a particular package in your development, and then it works on my phone, and then it works on, and it doesn't work on another person's phone. So those are challenges that we are dealing with. We want to make it such that it should be able to work on everyone's phone. That obviously comes with challenges. So when the version is finished, we'll have minimal requirement for you to be able to use the app. But the main idea is to have almost anybody being able to use the platform to collect data. And that is where we can get a lot of data. For instance, we are able to navigate around with Google Maps very, very well. Sometimes it leads us to the wrong places. This morning on BBC, I read that people in India, they were on a bridge. They went all the way and fell off the bridge because someone had not updated it. Okay. So, but the good thing about this crowdsourced data is that you would get a very, very good data in a cheap way because everybody is contributing. So our approach is to use crowdsourcing. But when you do crowdsourcing, you must always have somebody looking at the data and verifying it, because like the example I just gave, it can lead to someone's death. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, hello. Okay, so I must say the 4 presentations were great presentations, and I hope you can all attest to that. Yes, but I have some few questions for the panelists. The first one goes to GS Michael Nyagbe. And I think for the flood prediction, I realize you use multi-criteria analysis for the overlay. That's when it comes to the modeling. And I realize you use the geological data, soil data. You also use the slope. You also use distances to the water bodies. I would like to know why you limited yourself to those layers. And also when it comes to flood prediction, the most important thing there has to do with the response. Okay, we can actually predict where floods will occur, but if we know where how to respond to it. That's one very important thing. I'd like to know whether you have that also in mind or you have it in future projects. And the last one is, did you also work with the meteorological agencies as to know how they also do their prediction as compared to yours? Okay, so that's like 3 questions for you when it comes to the flood prediction. And then the second one also goes to Prof. When it comes to Prof, I think the road at sea, when it comes to road issues, I actually have a personal a personal thing with him, which is actually between the two of us. Some time back, we worked on with feeder roads. Okay, so yeah, but in actual fact, I also have a small confession. I think this morning, they were busily looking for me. I was actually at feeder roads solving some problems for them. I think feeder roads is just here, right? Yeah, we developed a system for them some time back, and they had to call me to come and look at it. But Prof, I'd like to know, the road system now, that's, I think, is it highways or urban roads? They've come up with an app, okay, which actually asks people to determine, let's say, to identify issues with their roads, like potholes and stuff, and then they post it on the app, and then it's supposed to prompt duty bearers to act. I'd like to know whether that app is related to what you've developed, does the road AC, because I realize you also have an inbuilt system where you're able to identify problems on the road and then report it. So I'd like to know whether there's a linkage over there. Thank you. I think we can start with GS Michael now.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. I got 2 of them. When I finish, I'll ask for the third one. So the first one was the flood risk model, the input parameters, the rainfall, slope, elevation, soil, geology, drainage distance, and then distance to the river. So from literature, you see the various input data that have been used to deal with these predictions or modeling. Is there, you look at them and see those that are strong in the modeling, then you choose them to use. In some other works I've done, yes, I use a much more extensive set of layers. But then for this one, yes, it's based on what other people have done and which of them give better results. So based on that, I selected these input layers to feed in as the modeling one for the flood risks. The other one, you're talking about the time to respond to the flooding. That has got to do with an early warning system. Yes. So if you have an early warning system in place, and that will tell you, I've predicted the rainfall is going to happen at this time, and then I should be able to alert you early enough for you to take action. Yes, that is another work it is outside this particular paper. I would have loved to talk about it, but when I present that in future, then we can have that discussion. Yes. The Ghana Met you, I did use some data from them. Yes, but not their model. If you want their model, I think you'd have to pay for it. Even their data, you have to pay for it. So I did contact them. I spoke to their boss. He gave me a huge bill for the data. And I realized I had to look for open source data for my work. Thank you.
Yeah, data issues in Ghana. Yeah, I must confess, our chairman was a year ahead of me in school. In 2005, he was the leader of my team. We mapped all the roads in the now OT region, all the feeder roads, and parts of central region. And it was a very interesting time. And actually, that was one of the motivations for us to begin this work, in doing this work. Yes, I've heard of the the app being used by the Ghana Highway Authority. I must confess that I have not used the app myself. But what we are working is a framework. It's not just an app. Many times we develop solutions and it is not integrated in a way to help to make it useful. So what we are doing is a framework. So you can see that we are integrating number one, roughness. Roughness, how you find how smooth the road is to you. And the way you're collecting the data is objective. You don't put your subjective, I think it's good, I think it's bad. No, it takes it objectively, as well as long as you place the phone the way you're supposed to place it, it becomes a very objective way of collecting it. And then we go on to taking, what we do actually is that we take videos of the road as the vehicle moves. And from the video, we determine the various conditions. And it's georeferenced. So you can take the positions as well as the dimensions. I don't know if that is available in the app that is being used. What we intend to do is to combine both the roughness and the conditions and come up with an index called the Pavement Condition Index, which is an international index, which would then tell us how good a road is or how bad a road is. The other thing about it is that we collect data in this country, but we don't share data. So we want to make this open source so that people, let's say you're driving from Accra, you live around around Kaswa, you're going to Kumasi. You could pass through Central Region. And if you want to pass through Central Region, you can go all the way to Yamransa and then branch, or you can pass through the Swedro areas and go, right? Or you can come through Accra. Okay, which road should I use? Which of the roads is better? Which one is faster? Which one is the road good? Okay, and this data can help us. Unfortunately, in the work that I'm talking about, the feeder roads, we did it over 20 years ago, and it's not shared. So we want to make this data open source so that people can have this data and use it to improve their lives. So that is why we're doing this. Obviously, you cannot do this work without collaborating with the agencies, the national agencies that is in charge of roads. We can't do that. So Trek has a lot of partnerships with all of these agencies. So we are working with them on this. But they do have some solutions that they are using. Our system is also being developed that we hope that it could be used in conjunction with their system. Thank you.
How is the data acquired for these roads? I know the data acquired, how are they shared?
Very important. So we have an online platform that we have. So as part of a framework, there's an online platform. And so as you collect the data, if you allow us, the data is uploaded onto a server and the data is made available to the people of interest through maps. So if an agency uses it, the agency will have control over its data. Okay, so the way we are developing is that, let's say I am feeder roads. I want to use a system. We would create an account for them. They will have an account manager, and that data will be collected and controlled within the feeder road systems. If they don't allow us, we will not share their data with the world. But for the crowdsourced data, we will make it available. Of course, after cleaning it, we'll make it available because that one is open source. We can all share it. And even for the agencies, if they so wish to share their data, our system collects the information approximately every 10 meters. Actually, we can do better than that. We can go up to about 5 meters. So imagine you have a road from Accra to Kumasi, that's around what, 272 kilometers. That's a data. But even if an agency wants to share its data, what we could do is that we can give the data per every 100 meters, per every 500 meters or 1 kilometer, determining based on what the agency wants to share. So number one, if the data that we all collect, we'll put it on this server, everybody will have access to it, the one that is crowdsourced. But for an agency collected data, they will have the prerogative whether to share it with the public or not. But the good thing is that since it's going to be a geospatial server, it will be very easy for anybody to go there and use it as it were. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm Justin Yeri, and I think for the first part of my talk is more of a suggestion, I think, to Michael. Once you already have an MOU with Garrett, I know they have a system in place for the early warning system. That's a Fuse project which they are already working on, and they have stakeholders like Ghana Meteo already as a part of that project. They have a water resource as well being part of that project. I think it would be good for you to collaborate with them. That should make your work easier. Yeah, so in terms of the data you will need to carry out that project, it will be much easier for you to go that route, yes. And one for Prof. So in sharing the data, the open source data actually, as you mentioned, in which format would you be doing that? Because we know, well, in Ghana, mostly, most of the data that is shared out there are static maps. They don't give you the option to have the real data that you can also use in doing whatever you want to do. If you really want to do that, it will demand that you pay for or do some extra data cleaning. So in which format would you be sharing that data? Yeah. And then I think the last one, still in relation to that, I know there are other platforms that are made available for this kind of system. Why are you not leveraging on any of those and you want to build one from scratch? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Very, very good question. I will take the last one first. There are other platforms. Yes, in fact, there is a platform designed by the World Bank. It's called the Road Lab Pro. It doesn't do all that we want to do. We've not finished everything, but it doesn't do all that we want to do, but it's very, very nice. I've actually used it myself. I have it installed on my phone now. It's good. But this is what we found out. In our machine learning algorithm that we used for, let's say, determining the roads, data is very difficult to come by. So whenever you're doing machine learning, you can always go online and get benchmark data. So we got over 5,000 data sets, road condition data sets online. And we use it, we incorporated it into our algorithm. The problem is that the data there is very different from the data here. The pothole out there can look very different from the pothole we have here. And you know, the computer works with very precise numbers. So it makes it difficult. So in our earlier development, we would take the online models or online data to do the AI model. And when we test it, the accuracy was very, very low. So we had to now incorporate it. But this is the more serious thing. Yesterday, they were talking about partnerships. Most of the time in Ghana, what we do is that we like the off-the-shelf solutions made by the white man. And those of you in industry can tell me, most of the time they don't work. I don't know why Ghana will invest in its human resource. Most of us here have schooled very well in Ghana, and some of us have been sponsored by Ghana to go and study somewhere and come back. We didn't stay. And when we need things in Ghana, we always want to go back to the people we start in class. Sometimes we beat them in the classes and then get their solutions to use. And in most situations, when the project ends, the solution does not work. So it is time that we work collaboratively with people both within Ghana and outside Ghana. There are certain things that we need help from them. But even when they come, we need to design solutions together and build the capacity. So even if they are not with us, we can do it. And so that's why I was really excited by the collaboration we have with the Danes and the Dutch, because you're working together. So you will learn from them, they will learn from you. When they are gone, you can go on. So that is the approach that we want to use. When it comes to the formats, our base map that we use is from the OpenStreetMaps. So what we intend doing is that we will make it available on the OpenStreetMap, which is a crowdsourced platform. You can download OpenStreetMaps through QGIS and many other open source applications. For vector data, you will get, you can also even use OpenStreetMap to get vector data. But of course, there will be some limitations. You cannot give almost everything out like that. So we will determine the level of details that we would give out in the open market or the open source. But it will be on OpenStreetMap as a layer. Thank you.
You all bear with me that they did justice to the topic. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much for your presentation. You can please take your seats. I am told our snack is ready. So we have 30 minutes and then we will continue with the presentations. So we are taking a break for 30 minutes. 30 minutes. So by my watch, we the time is 11:58. So 2 minutes injury time. So by 12:30, we should be back. And our presenters online, please get ready. Please get ready to make your presentations. Thank you. So we take a break and 12:30, you should be seated to continue with the presentations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello.
Come to smoke cannabis. Imagine, start on DBT.
Process. Hello. So welcome back from the snack break. We want to continue with the presentations. So we'll take a presentation on the topic optimizing wellness center placement for non-communicable disease management. A spatial suitability analysis of health facilities location in Ghana. Shall we welcome our presenter, GSTK Minta, with an applause.
Thank you very much, Madam MC. Oh, I know we all had a good lunch. No, a good snack, right? Okay, thank you very much. If I can, and members and everyone, and those online, thank you very much for this opportunity. And my name is Tyson Kofiminta, and I'm presenting on behalf of my immediate supervisor, Professor Alex Owusu-Berima from the University of Ghana Geography Department, and a colleague of mine who is also in the Geography Department of the University of Ghana, in the person of Augustina Antonsa, and myself, I'm also Tyson. Now the presentation is on optimizing wellness centers placement to ensure that we're able to help contain the spread of NCD. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So we'll be looking at a brief introduction when it comes to the Wellness Clinic and NCD, where we are and where we are going. Then from there, we'll look at why the need for this research. Then we'll look at the objective. We'll look at the methodology that we use to get the locations and the placement of the Wellness Clinic. The findings, after all the analysis, we conclude and we give a recommendation. Okay, so according to the WHO defined NCD, which is known as the non-communicable diseases, as chronic diseases. And these chronic diseases intend to last for long. And they group them into four main types. We have the cardiovascular disease, where we have the strokes and the hypertension. Then we have cancers, where Prof talked about the childhood cancers. We have a lot of cancers around breast cancer. Then we also have the chronic respiratory diseases, where we can talk of asthma and obstructive pulmonary. Then the last one they also talk about is diabetes, where we have the type 1 and the type 2 diabetes. With research, okay, good. Now, from research, COVID is no more a public health. Now, NCD is real and it's really a public health concern. Now, it is assumed that 7 out of 10 deaths is caused by NCD, which makes it alarming, and you make us to be very serious about it. And from WHO, we have 41 million deaths annually, which is caused by what? By NCD. So when we look at the global mortality rate, we have out of the 100%, we have 41 million, representing 74% being caused by NCD. Not only the WHO has also mentioned about NCD, we also have the CDC, Center for we have the Center for Disease, Center for Disease and Prevention Control, the CDC. CDC also came out with a research, and they realized most of these NCDs come from the low income countries, where Ghana is also part of it. So with the research that they did and the data that they have, they added Ghana to the low income countries where NCD is also going up. And a research by Bengnam and others, year 2019, also stated that now NCD, at first, we all knew NCD was for people above 70 years, but no. Now the research done by them shows that NCD is also going lower age. We have kids, we have children less than 10 years also getting NCD. Now, Kushako and others also had to attribute NCD to urbanization. So in their studies, they realized that most of the areas that have NCD prevailing rate going on has to do with urbanization. And you look at urbanization, we have a lot of people moving into one place, and we have pollution, we have others, they don't have time for themselves, because that is some of the causes of what the NCD. Now, wellness clinics, why wellness clinics? Wellness clinics are here. They are supposed to form as a places that we can go there for education. They also have to go around, or maybe education, or do a few prevention intervention by having access to education for the communities, and also routine screening. So that's why when you have some of the hospital, the moment you enter, the first place you see the wellness clinics. And the wellness clinics are supposed to be the first point of contact where we can go and check your BMI, and check your BMI and your vital stat to know where you are, whether you are obese, whether you are eating correctly. Now, why this research? The CBD of Accra, which is the main center of Accra. You see that when the rate of NCD is always going up in the center of Accra than the outskirts, where we have the Adan East and Adan West. So when you look at the data coming in, is that the Adan East and Adan West, which is not the central business of Accra, the NCD rate there is lower than the business. So they also found out that all these increases are also linked with the research that happened at first, which was done and ensured that, and also pointed that the NCD is also made during the urbanization area. So now, despite all these things, how do we solve this problem? So we are also proposing that we need to carefully place the wellness centers at places that is needed. So we are proposing GIS as a way to go, because you cannot use only the population of the people, which is one of the criteria for setting up a hospital as the only one to set up the wellness clinic. And wellness clinic cannot a hospital, it can only be even a room or and a place within the hospital that anybody as attending to the hospital can go there and look at all those vital stats. Now, this data that you see on the data that you see here has to do with data that was analyzed for the past 5 years, from 2019 to 2023. And this data was taken from Ghana Health Service through the sources, through the DIMS2, the DHIS2, which is the main repository data for Ghana Health Service. Now, you could see that in Ghana, you see that the area with the map that we have the yellow column, which yellow gives the rate from 20,000. So the green areas, we are not saying they don't have NCD there, but the NCD rate there are very low. So you look at low, we look at high, and look at what moderate. So you see the yellow, where the yellow has to do with western region and a little over Volta region. They all have the disease very low. Now look at the central business. So we have Accra and Ashanti region. Now Accra and Ashanti region are our two most populous cities or region that we have in Ghana. So this data attributes it to it and shows how NCD is growing within those areas. Now, how are we going to do that? We are going to do that by what? Looking at the spatial distribution of NCD. Initially, we said Ghana. Yes, Ghana, because we were looking at Ghana as a whole. But we have to limit our research to a geographical location where we look at Gamma. Gamma is the Greater Accra metropolitan area, which has to do with the main business of area. Then we also assess the current infrastructure. We also assess the current infrastructure when it comes to health facilities and their placement. Then we look at how and where all those wellness clinics will have to be placed. So this is a little info about the study area. So you look at Greater Accra alone has a little over 5 million, which has a male population of 49.1 and a female population of 50 points. So we have the female more than and this one was from the 2021 population housing census. Then from Ghana Health Service, they have a total of 1,422 health facilities, and the health facilities, the 122 have to do with all the health facilities. We have the CHIP compound, we have the health centers, we have the primary hospital, and the secondary hospital. Then out of the 142, we have 129 in Greater Accra, which forms only 9% are the hospitals, and which are the primary healthcare. They are those who provide the primary healthcare. Now, with the data that we have, and averagely, we have diabetes, which is leading when it comes to the prevalence of NCD. Diabetes is leading with, we have the whole Greater Accra has 186,000 cases with the past from 2019 to 2023. So this one is the average. Then out of it, Gamma, which is our study area, has 46,000 out of it, making 24%. Then hypertension is also, they're having 600, those 100. So what we did was, we have a lot of, as I mentioned, we have cancers, but we decided to limit our scope to diabetes and not hypertension. So the data source, the data source, we had the health facility shapefile, which we had from the University of Ghana GIS lab. The University of Ghana GIS lab. Then we also had Landsat images that was downloaded from Landsat, USS, downloaded from Landsat. Then we also have the road network. We had to use network to calculate the distances when it comes to the health facility to the nearest population. So we used that data also from Ghana Service, from University of Ghana. Then the last one that we used is also the prevalence, the diseases for both NCD, the data that we have from 2019 to 2023. And these are all the secondary data that we use. Then the softwares that we use, in order to ensure that we get our objective, we use the ArcGIS, the 10.8, which was used for statistical analysis and mapping. Then we also use the ENVI for classification and working with the satellite images that we had doing the pre-processing and the processing of the image to ensure that we're able to upload it into the ArcGIS and do the analysis. We also use Excel, and Excel was used to do the NCD. The NCD data that we had was in Excel. So we used to clean the data and did some maps and did some charts. Then when it comes to the tools that we use the equivalent distance to calculate the proximity with the health centers. So during the methodology, this is the tool that we use to calculate the distance. Then we also did the reclassification to do the reclassification of the data that we had from the ENVI into the ArcGIS. Then we also use the kernel density analysis tool, which was used to look at how dense the disease and where they are located. Then when we come to the weighted over to, we have to combine the layers in order to in order to ensure that we get the optimization of the locations, we have to combine the layers that we had, which is all the data set, and we use the weighted overlay to do that. And when it comes to the suitability analysis, we use the GIS overlay analysis. We have a lot of tools that we have, but we decided to use the overlay analysis too. The suitability table. Now we need to do some suitability criteria in selecting all the locations that we use. So we look at proximity. We use 200 meters, and 200 meters means very close to the health facility. Then we also use closer, which is 400, and we also use 600. But when you look at I think it's not that, but we have to load the page with it. Moving into the next slide wouldn't have been good. So the next one I'm going to talk about is the NCD density. So we look at how high, moderate, and low the NCD rate is. So we use 30,900 as high. Then we have to use the moderate also there. Then we have to use the low. So this is the methodology that we used. This is the flow and how we are able to arrive on it. So the first one, we imported the data set. And the data set, I mentioned of the raw data, I mentioned of the health facility shapefile and the NCD. So all was uploaded. Then we do reclassify layers using the two to ensure that we do the proximity of it. Then the kernel was also, so when you come, all the criteria, if all the criteria were met, that all the classification layers are done. If it is yes, we go on and do the analysis and validate the map. But if it is no, then it come back, we need to do optimal site, identify and ensure that we get the correct data that we want. Then after everything, we use the ground truth, and after everything, I think this is, okay, yes. After everything, the 0.7, we look at the sites that were identified by using the tool that was mentioned up there. Now, this is the criteria that we use when it comes to the evaluation criteria. So we have the factors, and we have those that are also classified as constraint. So with the factors, when you look at population was key with our analysis. So look at population density. So population density, we look at the areas. We look at the areas where we have high density, high population, and to ensure that we prioritize that area. Then we look at the socio-economic of the area that we use, where we look at how people are moving in, how people are moving out from there. So these are some of the criteria that we use. So we also use the health needs, the infrastructure. We have the geography, where we use the land use, land cover, because we wanted to know how change has happened within that area. Then we look at the accessibility, how people access the health facility from where they are. Because we realize people come in at a certain time and they go out at a certain time. So all those things was also taken into consideration. When you look at the constraint, the main constraint we had was the environmental, we have the protected zones. So some of the areas, we realized there were some forests, there were some forests that were protecting people because they had to go around it before they could assess what they are supposed to do. Now look at the findings. So it was found out that when you look at the areas that are within the center of Accra, where we have the Osu-Klottey, we have Ashaman, so that the rate has been moving up from 2019, it always goes up. 2019, 2020, so the rate was going up when it comes to both hypertension and NCD. And this one confirmed the study that was done by EWA and others, where they also found out that the increasing prevalence of hypertension is always high where we have a lot of the population. So that one confirmed, and the same thing happens to the population. The same thing happens to I have to separate because of the graph. I wanted it to have to separate the NCD, the hypertension from the diabetes. Now, this is the map, the map that we produce after overlaying the NCD data with the map. So you could see that where we have the deep black, that is the areas that you have a lot of NCDs being recorded. So you see that we were able to record 9,000, between 9,000 and 30,000. So you could see that, and that area is where we have the Osu-Klottey, Ashaiman, Osu-Klottey, and Ashaiman. So we could think about the area where we have the main Accra Metropolitan Assembly. Then you see that those far from the city, you have the Gan South. Gan South has a low prevalence when it comes to NCD, and the same thing happens to Gan West. So Gan West had to fall between the ranges of 2,000 and 4,000. So with the second objective, where we're evaluating the existing health facility that we have. So we could see that we're mapping the disease prevalence. So you look at where the disease are, where the red ones are. So that is where most of the disease have been recorded when it comes to the NCD. So this one also confirmed what Bissau and Cabell in 2017 also had to prove, that the NCDs is always recorded in the city business. Then when we come to I was told I have only 5 minutes left. Thank you, madam. So when we come to looking at the spatial suitability for, this is the main one when it comes to the NCD. So you could see that we have four diagrams. So we're looking at, we did the classification, and we're looking at where we have the bare lands, where we have the width, the vegetation, then we have water, and we have bare land. So when we put the health facility data on the road network, you could see that most of the health facility is also located at the main business. So the question is, why are we not instituting the wellness clinic within those areas? Because they're already there. Because all of them are clustered around the city business and leaving the far end. So with the map on the down, where we have to prove where they're using the weighted average, where we have to prove where the NCDs is linked with where the health facilities are located. So this one confirm our conclusion that where we have the blue ones, that is where the health facilities and the wellness centers must be placed. So you see the high suitability. So we have the blue one being the high suitability, and the red one being the not suitable, because most of the diseases are clustered at where we have the blue one. So in conclusion, we conclude that there's a high rate when it comes to NCDs at the city business. Then to ensure that we place the wellness clinic at the right place. Then what do we do after doing all this? And then we also suggest that when we come to the health facilities or the health administration, they should ensure that they incorporate wellness centers within the hospitals that are around the city business. Then another thing we also want to suggest that there should be a further studies when it comes to the perception of the youth. When we come to the NCD, there should be a further studies. And this was the poster that we did. Sorry, I have to write this, the poster that we did concerning the research. And in fact, I'm leaving you with a quote from one of our professors, Professor Berkan Nkrumah. He said, NCDs must be tackled through lifestyle modification and not medication, which means NCD is real, and it's not about the medication, but it's about what? Our lifestyle modification. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much for your presentation. We'll take the next presentation. Improving the accuracy of land use and land cover maps using prioritized compositing of multiple image classification algorithm outputs. Shall we welcome our presenter, GSFA Gazy Isilfi.
Good afternoon. My name is Franz Alex Gazy Esilfi, and I worked on this with Eric Abnafoku of KNUST, Emmanuel Obobi of CSIR Water Research Institute, and a foreign partner, Julian Hawker. The title is revised briefly as Improving the Accuracy of Land Cover Maps Using Prioritized Compositing of Image Outputs. As geospatialists, there's something that we almost always do. That's producing land cover maps. And always, whenever we're producing land cover maps, our objective is to get the best accuracy as possible. And generally, what we do is by increasing the size of training samples. So we increase the number of training samples. And also we select across the range of variation in any individual land cover class. So instead of just selecting uniform, try to get as much variation as possible. Limiting the number of classes in order to prevent confusion from arising. So you don't maybe select grass and vegetation, then you go and select something which looks similar to grass. You rather cluster everything together. And using more robust classification algorithms. Almost no one uses maximum likelihood nowadays. We often find people using random forest and nearest neighbors and so on. And quite recently, something that you've seen happening a lot of the time is doing the majority compositing. So use the same training samples to classify using multiple algorithms. And then you find for each pixel, you find the class which most of the algorithms agree on as being the correct one, and then you output it. But I feel like something more can be done, because if you are just doing majority, we know that the majority isn't always right. At least our parliament says so. So I thought of this with my partners, if there is a way of improving accuracy using more robust data-driven methods. And instead of just going with the majority, we try to do something a bit better. And so I came up with one more process that would improve it. So this is the whole process. Generally, you're going to be doing image selection and processing, clipping to your area, atmospheric correction, and so on. Then you do the image classification up to the end. And then normally what you do is do a composite, a majority composite of the multiple image algorithms. But what I propose with this work, with some results backing it, is to add something else at the end. So instead of just doing a simple majority composites, you compute the producer accuracy of all the intermediate outputs, that's of all the individual algorithms that you used. And then since the producer accuracy is effectively the true positive count of the classification output, it means that if you have a high producer accuracy for, let's say, built-up area, then it is more probable that it's built-up area than something else which is which may have been in your classification scheme. So we take the producer accuracies and iterate over all the pixels and aggregate for each pixel the accuracy of all the classes for the various, you aggregate the producer accuracy from the various algorithms for each pixel. And once you've aggregated them, let's say you've got 3 pixels, you've got 3 algorithms giving you 3 outputs for, say, built up, and then water, and then another one saying water. If the built up producer accuracy is, let's say, 90%, and then you've got 2 water pixels, each of which have got producer accuracy of giving, let's say, 30%. In the majority filter, you would have taken the water because you've got 2 outputs saying the outputs should be water. But even when you add the 2 accuracies up, 30% plus 30%, it gives you 60% confidence as compared to that one algorithm whose producer accuracy gave you, let's say, 90% for built up. So once you've done that aggregation, you take that class which has got the highest producer accuracy and output it for that particular pixel. And then you repeat it for all the other pixels in the image until you come up with your outputs of the of the composite. So this is one of the tests that I did. Okay. I used k-nearest neighbors, random forest algorithm, support vector machine, and maximum likelihood classifier, and came up with 4 maps of this sort. And then I did the whole process as I just explained, iterating over, calculating the producer accuracy for each class, for each algorithm. And then I started iterating over each of them in order to select the best. But as a means of cross-referencing, I also did the simple majority filter. And you can see over here that with the simple majority filter, we came up with an overall accuracy of about 78%, which was higher than each of the individual classification algorithms. But when we went on to do the prioritized composites, the accuracy went up from 78% to 90.2%. That's about 10% improvement. And this is in some ways more reflective of what you see on the ground than when you use either a single classification algorithm or you do a simple majority of multiple classification algorithms. So in summary, you can see that the majority composite increases the overall accuracy as compared to using a single algorithm. But when you use the prioritized composites, you increase the overall accuracy even further by sometimes as much as maybe 10%. So what's next? With a lot of these image classification algorithms, you are able to output the confidence that you get for each pixel before it outputs the best class. So one thing that can be done now is that instead of just using the hard classification results, rather use the fuzzy classification results where it gives you the percentage confidence for each of the classes. And then you build on that to do the producer accuracy and then do the prioritization of the outputs. It's something that's yet to be done, and I'm looking forward to collaborating with any of you, or if someone wants to take the torch and run with it, that's also very nice. But that's something else that we could go on next. After all, we can get closer to 100%, and the closer we get to it, the better it's going to be for all of our results. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. We want to take a presentation online before questions? I want to find out if B. Idisule is online to do his presentation.
Yes, I'm online. I'm online, madam.
His topic
Yes.
is he's online. He's ready.
Yeah. Yes,
His,
I'm ready.
okay, his topic is contribution of electromagnetic induction data for gold occurrences mapping.
I'm being sharing the PPT point. I'm arrived. I'm sharing the screen. I'm going to sharing the screen. I'm going to see sharing the screen.
Live with us.
Yes, I'm arrived. Can I beginning the presentation?
Yes, please.
Thanks, madam. Yes, thanks, madam. Thanks for to the assistant, participant, and the committee organizing of this conference. So our topic is related to the contribution of electromagnetic data for conductive metal research, like gold occurrences mapping in the Birimian formation of Liptako of Niger. The case study of Southern Hausa sector in Niger, in the western part of Niger. So this map represents the location of Birimian Liptako of Niger within the Niger Republic map. So this second map represents the location of coverage area within the Birimian formation of Liptako. So in this zone, the geological formation are represented by two units. These two units are represented by the greenstone belt that represented by amphibolite and schist. The second geological formation are represented by the plateau of granite, which consists of granite and magmatic gneisses. So the preview geochemical work in this zone has revealed several and significant conductive metal lacks or gold occurrences. So in the case of this study, we have used the grid, the survey grid, where in the coverage study zone, 21 parallel line were carried out, which oriented in east-west direction and are equidistant of 50 meters. So the system used in this study was the ProMass-10 system. That this system use two types of frequencies. The first frequencies are the low frequencies for deep investigation, and the medium frequencies for was used for subsurface investigation, and the high frequencies was used for surface investigation. The use of frequencies allow us to map horizontally and vertically the conductive anomaly in metals. So this figure represents the anomaly map for all used low frequencies. So the conductive anomaly in the metal are represented in the blue, red, and green color. The analysis of this map showed that the high conductivity geological unit have a lenticular shape and are represented in the green, blue, and red colors. This conductive anomaly are hosted in the resistive unit represented by other color and contained in the primary host rock. So the analysis of this map show also that this anomaly are distributed in the diff and in the subsurface and in the subsurface. So the map represented the anomaly conductive map for medium frequencies. This frequency allows us to investigate the conductive the medium anomaly on the surface. So the analysis of this map confirms the existence of two anomalous zones oriented in north and south direction and highlighted by the low frequencies. The analysis of this map confirms also the existence of mineralized vein in medium depth. So this figure represents the anomaly from high frequencies. So the analysis of this map show three zones of anomalies. So this analysis show that the presence of subsurface geological unit in conductive anomaly are found in the eastern part of study area, western and western part of study area. The third anomaly zone is found in the western side of the study area. This spatial distribution reveals the high meteoric alteration of host rock on the subsurface and on surface. So this figure represents the combined anomaly map for all frequencies. So we use low, medium, and high frequencies and combine them to obtain this anomaly map. So this anomaly map show the spatial distribution of high metal potential anomaly in the studied area. This zone, the identified zone are represented by Z1, Z2, and Z3. The anomaly zone Z1 is most important. The most important and is located in the eastern part of the studied area. It has a north-south direction and cover an area about 3.5 square kilometer. The second anomaly zone is located in the western part of a study area and oriented also in north-south direction. And the second anomaly in conductive metal is found in the western south, in the west south of study area. So to identify anomaly on the field, we carry out the field investigation. So this photography represented the field photography of anomaly zone that showing the aspect of gold-bearing stone schist mining pit. So the field observation showed that the conductive geological unit that represented by the gold mineralization are either associated with alluvion from meteoric alteration of manganese schist, which was identified in the low frequencies. And this anomaly and are generally associated with coarse vein and alteration greenstone belt. So the identify zone on the field investigation, field investigation show that the mining of gold in this region is done via the mining pit having a value deep. This deep varying from 1 to 20 kilometer, 20 meter. So to conclude, this study was focused on geological mapping of conductive metal, which represented by the gold occurrences in the studied area. Belt. The use of this multi-electromagnetic induction method allowed to obtain the mathematic map of diff and subsurface anomalies. And a combined anomaly map from all frequencies lead to determine the of high potential in conductive metals. And this zone helped to understand the geometry of anomaly zone in conductive metal as well as in diff and in subsurface. At the end, this study also a technical guide to improve the mining operation, which is heightened artisans. Participants, we are at the end of our presentation. Thanks for your attention. Thanks. We have at the end of our presentation, Madam.
Thank you for your presentation. To be on the standby for questions. So we'll take our next presentation from DN Yusufa. Is he online? The topic is analysis of trend and cycles in the hydrometeorology of hydrometric stations of River Niger. Is he online? Then the next topic is deformation monitoring using differential interferometry synthetic aperture radar. A case study of a Ghanaian mine. Mr. Edmond Franchi, are you online?
Hello, Madam.
He's online. Please, are you ready
Yes,
for your
please.
presentation? So please share your screen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please, can you hear me? Hello, good afternoon.
Can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Thomas Yeboah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Thomas Yeboah. I had my BSc Geomatic Engineering.
Hello.
Hello?
Please hold on. Hello. Please go ahead. Now we can hear you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thomas Yeboah. I had my BSc Geomatic Engineering from UMass Takwa, and I served at Lands Commission, Ahafo Region. I would like to use this opportunity to give my regards to all my former lecturers who are around, and also to my boss, who is the Regional Surveyor of Ahafo Region, Mr. Bryce Simba. I'll be presenting on the topic deformation monitoring using DINSA technique. That's a case study of a Ghanaian mine. This work was brought together by my two friends, Isaac Selassie Atipu, Edmond Kranche, and myself. My presentation outline, I'll start with the statement of problem and then run through to the recommendations and conclusions. Mining activities or activities that goes on in the mine, such as blasting, excavation, and so on, can cause deformation in the mines.
Hello, Thomas.
And then
Put your slide in presentation mode. So kindly
hello,
start.
please, can you hear me?
Yeah, start the presentation. Okay. Put it in
Okay.
presentation mode.
I am presenting on the topic deformation monitoring using DINSA technique, a case study of a Ghanaian mine. And the presentation outline, I'll start with a statement of problem and then through to the recommendations and conclusions. Activities that goes on in the mines, such as blasting and excavation, they can cause deformation to occur in the mine area. And the deformation poses a serious risk to the safety and equipment in the mine. And in our daily activities,
Hello,
our safety.
Thomas. Please, we want to
Hello?
go along with you as you present. So can you put it in a presentation mode so that we can follow what you are saying? Then as you change the slides, we are able to follow.
Okay. Please, can you see my slide?
We can see the slide, but where you are, we can't see. We want to follow you. So put it in the icon on your. Please go ahead and present.
Okay.
Sure.
So as I was saying, the deformation that occurs causes a serious risk to the safety of personnel equipment in the mine. It is therefore important to monitor the deformation in order to ensure hazard and safety. monitoring of deformation is mostly done by traditional ground-based devices, such as ground-based radar, total station, etc. And these deformation monitoring techniques, it has area coverage limitation as compared to space-borne devices, such as LiDAR and DINSA. So someone may ask the meaning of DINSA. DINSA is a remote sensing technique that uses radar signals to detect and quantify small surface deformation. This technique involves comparing two or more SAR images of the same area taken at different times and using the phase difference between them to calculate the deformation. The objective of this research is therefore to apply the DINSA technique to monitor deformation in the mining area. So the study area chosen for this research can be located within Bibiani and Yansubekwa municipality in the Western North region of Ghana. For the materials used for this research, we acquired Sentinel-1 synthetic aperture radar data from the Copernicus website. And then Snap software, which is the Sentinel application platform software for the processing of the data. And ArcGIS software was also used. So the method used. So the first method that we use, or first of all, we acquire the data from the Copernicus website, as I've said already. And this data, we have the master data and the slave data. So for the master data, is a data that is acquired before, that's the first data acquired before the second data. So this research or this work will combine these two data in order to give the deformation analysis. The next step was to co-register these two data together. That's the master data and the slave data. So the co-registration aligns the master and the slave data together. Like it aligns the pixels of the master data and the slave data together. The next step is the interferogram generation, which is the INSA. So the interferogram registers the phase information for the master and the slave data. And the next step is DINSA. DINSA is where the DINSA calculates the phase difference between the master data and the slave data in order for the deformation analysis to be available. And the next step is to subset our study area, to clip our study area from the data, from the co-registered data. And then we have multi-looking and phase filtering. This method deals with the noise that is accompanied with the data. The data has some noise, some pixel noise. So we did multi-looking and phase filtering in order to solve this issue. And in order for displacement to be available, we have to do phase unwrapping. So you cannot use the phase data for the deformation. You have to unwrap the phase. So the next method that we used was phase unwrapping, and then phase to displacement. So the phase to displacement is after the phase has been unwrapped. That's the unwrapped phase gives the phase to displacement. So here you see that we provided displacement maps. So this is where you see the amount of displacement that has occurred in the area, whether it is subsidence or an uplift. I'll explain these two terms further. And our next step, the last method that we use is terrain correction. For this correction, it was done with the help of the ArcGIS software That is, the data that we had is in spatial coordinate system. So in order to get the data in geographic coordinate system, you have to apply the terrain correction for that one to be possible. And after the co-registration, there are some values that you need to know in order to identify whether the information that the results will be giving you, how perfect it will be. So we have the coherence values. These values determines how well the two data has been aligned together. That is the master data and the slave data. How well has it been alignment, or how perfect is the alignment? So you can see that we have coherent values. For our work, the data that we downloaded, for the first set, our master data was on the 2nd of April 2022, and the slave data was obtained on, like, it was captured on 2nd May 2022. And the second data set continues from 2nd May 2022 to 2nd June 2022, and then 2nd June 2022 to 2nd July 2022. So you can see we have perpendicular baseline and temporal baseline. Here, the perpendicular baseline simply refers to the distance between the sensors of the two images captured perpendicular to the line of sight of the satellite. Yeah. And the temporal baseline refers to the time difference between the master data and the slave data. So here you can see that we have 30 days for the data set between 2nd April and 2nd May. That's the time difference between the two data. And we have 31 days for the 31 days for the second data set. We have 30 days for the last data set. And then perpendicular baseline for these values, according to the research that we made, getting perpendicular baseline of 100 meters or less than 100 meters, let's say 100 meters or less, when you get these values, it means that there can be a perfect alignment after co-registration. So here you can see that I have 45.0234 meters, and now you can see that all the values that we obtained are less than 100 meters. And then coherence to when you get a coherence of 0.7 or above, it means that after co-registration, the alignment that you get is at least a perfect 0.7 and above is perfect. You can see the values that we get. We had more than 0.7. So we were able to proceed with our work. So as I've already said, the co-registration process involves aligning the presence of the two radar images. I've already elaborated on this one, so can move forward. So for our results, we produce displacement maps and histograms that for the displacement maps, they are color-coded with legend provided. So the colors that we used were red, yellow, and then blue. Here, when you see red here, it means that the displacement at that area is a subsidence. When we say subsidence, it means that there has been a reduction in material, or like a fall. And then for uplift is like an increase in material for that area. Or there has been an increment in material for that particular area when you see blue colors there. So there are figures that show the displacement maps and the histograms produced. So this figure shows the displacement map between the months of April and May. Please, can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
We can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you. December.
Thank you. So this figure shows the displacement of April and May. So as I was saying, the blue colors on the map indicate areas with an uplift, and the red color indicates area with a subsidence, and the yellow may indicate area with no displacement or a small subsidence. So here you can see that we have uplift, the high uplift value of 30.31 millimeters. The low subsidence value here is negative 90.4 millimeters. So the histograms produced, it's helped in order to know like how the displacement has been. We can see for the displacement map between the months of May and June. This corresponding histogram. So for the conclusions, the analysis of displacement maps and histogram provided insights into ground deformation within the mine area. So per the results that we got, it indicates that the mine area exhibits dynamic behavior, with areas experiencing both uplift and subsidence at different magnitudes. So as I was saying, the histogram analysis revealed that most areas within the mine experience relatively low deformations. The recommendation that we want to give from the research is that the spatial distribution of the displacement maps, it makes it difficult, sometimes difficult, to detect the exact location of subsidence or uplift. Therefore, it is recommended to integrate traditional techniques. So at least you can get data within particular area in the mine, and then you can compare that data with the results that the DINSA technique is giving you in order to know how accuracy the deformation analysis for that area using DINSA will be. And it is also recommended that detailed risk assessment should be done to evaluate the potential hazards associated with the observed ground deformations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you too for presenting. Please stay online for questions.
All right, thank you.
Take the last one, mitigating later land conflicts in Ghana, the role of uniform coordinate system by CA Amponsa. Is he here?
Yes, please, I'm here.
Please share your slides.
Okay, please a minute. Please, can you see my slides?
Yeah. Please put it good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Christopher Atamponsa, master students in University of South Florida. I am presenting on mitigating latent land conflicts in Ghana, the role of uniform coordinate systems. I executed this project with my colleagues, Angela Kwesiedu and Kojo Yebo Champon of KNUST, and my supervisors, Professor John Ayer, Dr. Cosmas Asante, and Dr. Yao Ziga of University of Mines and Technology. So I'll begin. So land conflicts in Ghana often caused by ownership issues as we know it, but then deep down, the inaccuracies in the coordinate system is a big factor that has been unexplored for a long while, even partially explored, I must say. So this project intended to tackle this issue by looking into how the coordinate systems are affecting these land conflict issues. In other words, how it is contributing to the land conflict issues that we've been having in our courts and all these cases. So the main aim was to investigate the impact of the non-homogeneity in the coordinate systems, in geospatial data consistency, and its role in the conflict issues in Ghana. So first of all, we had to assess the non-homogeneity of the coordinate systems, that's the core stations established, and then to propose a homogeneous system and recommend strategies for improving the data to mitigate the land conflict. So these are some of the materials that we used. We had GPS receivers, we had GPS processing software, we used the Trimble Business Center to be specific, we had core station data, we used AutoCAD, and then we used ArcGIS for some plottings, although I will not show the plottings here, but then we used it. We also used Excel as well. So what we did was to collect the data, the GPS data that we observed from several locations in Ghana. We basically had 3 locations: Winneba, Spintex, and Koforidia. There are some core stations that have been established by Lands Commission. So we use these core stations, specifically LESAC. So we use this LESAC core station data from these 3 locations, having with a radius of 100 kilometers around each core station. So we use this and we collected data from these locations within the radius that we set. So based on the data, we processed each of the data using the 3 core stations that we used. So after processing the data with one core station, then we process the data with another, so all 3 in turns. And then we compared the displacement between each of these processing results that we came up from the core station that we used. So after comparing these, having these displacements with this statistical analysis of the results, we have some output, and then we bring some recommendations out of it. So this is a chart that shows some of the displacement that we had. So first of all, using the local coordinates to process the data, we had this kind of displacement. So over here, you can see in the chart that a certain particular point is having a displacement as high as 6.3 feet, which is too high. And that was when we used the local coordinates to process the data. So after having this result, then we came up with different projections. So first, a second process was to use the CORS ITRF data, which is the International Reference Framework data. We use those coordinate system to process the data that we had. So instead of using the Ghana National Grid coordinates, which are the local ones, we use the ITRF data that was projected into the Ghana War Office using the WGS84 datum. So that was a particular set of data that we named it as uniform system. And this is the result that we had from that uniform system. You can see over here that the displacement from each of the points processed with the different core stations is reduced compared to the first one. You can see that over here, the maximum that you can get, the maximum displacement that you can get is around 3 feet, which is more likable compared to the first process that we had. And then we use another third method to confirm whether the second process we did was the right one. And that was projecting the same International Terrestrial Reference Framework coordinate systems into the Ghana, into a local Ghana coordinate system that's based on the Ghana Transverse Mercator 2022. And that gave us a more likable results. You can see over here that although there are some that's going high above what we expected, but most of those ones can be attributed to several environmental factors beyond our control. That you can see that more than half of the data we have over here are so in conformance with each other. That also points to the fact that this particular projection gave us uniform set of data. So that is basically what we had. And based on that, we concluded that the current Ghana National Grid local coordinates have so many errors because when they were establishing it using triangulation and traversing methods for densifying the controls created so many errors in the system because they were adjusted separately. But then using the International Terrestrial Framework, because it is uniformly adjusted all at once, it brings out more uniform set of coordinates that we can use to process our data and to get more uniform land boundaries devoid of any conflict. So we propose that we use this International Terrestrial Framework system to help us mitigate the land conflicts that we've been having. So thank you very much for the time given me. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Please stay online for questions. It's now time for Q&A. Questions from the House. Any questions? Okay.
One question from online. I think it's Suleiman. He said, what influenced the type of geophysical method used in research? You use EM survey. Why not electrical resistivity or seismic method? Suleiman. Dr. Idi Swali. So this question.
Yes, yes, sir. I'm here. But about the question, your question, thanks for removing this
what
question.
Influence the type of geophysical method used in your research? You use EM survey. Why not electrical resistivity or seismic method, but EM survey?
Thanks for and for your intervention. So the choice of this method, which corresponds to the electromagnetic induction, was based on 2 points. The first point is relative to the geological nature of to the lithological nature of geological formation in the Leucoburinian formation. So this geological formation contains several metal. So among which we have gold occurrences, we have manganese occurrences. The first point of this choice is based on the aims of this study, which was the research of conductive and magnetic metals. So this is why we used this electromagnetic method to identify and research the conductive and magnetic metals. So the preview and future work, preview work was used to the electrical resistivity and seismic method. But improve this research, conductive research method, we will use these two methods, resistivity, electric resistivity and the seismic, to improve the knowledge and to improve the knowledge on the conductive metal in the study area. So I think that my English language level is not enhanced, because we are in Francophone. I'm from Niger, which is a Francophone country. I'm sorry for this. So at the end, I will present my special thanks to the staff of organizing committee to assisting me from submission of this paper and their presentation. So my thank goes to all of eminent professor who presented in this morning for their clear presentation. So I would thank also all participants in person and online for this. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much. Shall we give it up for all the presenters? And we don't have questions for them. Oh, there's a question here. Oh, okay.
All right, this question goes to Franz Alex. When it comes to accuracy assessment, I think we always talk about user accuracy and producer accuracy. Okay, that's what we use to calculate the overall accuracy. I think with the imagery you are using, you're talking about 30-meter resolution, right?
Yeah.
That's Landsat. I want to know whether it also works. That's the we're talking about the prioritized composite map method. Does it also work for high resolution imagery?
Yes, it also works for high resolution imagery. As long as you can calculate the producer accuracy on your intermediate outputs, you use that use those producer accuracy values to project for the prioritization, and so it works as long as you can do that.
Yeah, any other question? Okay. So I want to say, there's a hand up. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask, you made mention of using a fuzzy classification. I also want to confirm, since it's much more interested in the confidence level for each individual data set. You made mention of a fuzzy classification, right? Yeah. And I would like to ask, since it's much more interested in individual classes, so I wanted to confirm with the prioritize the composite data that you mentioned of. I wanted to find out, since it's giving you a higher accuracy compared to the existing ones that we know, has there been any validation done to confirm such accuracy? Because it has to be validated for us to know whether truly it is better than the existing ones. So I wanted to find out if there have been any validation that has been done. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to address your questions in reverse. With what I demonstrated, I used the hard classification. So for classification algorithms, hard classification algorithms, and then I built upon that an additional layer of processing that increases the accuracy. Okay, and since I had already collected all the training samples and validation samples, the 90% accuracy that you saw was based on my training samples and validation samples. But my thought going forward is that 90% is quite close to 100%, but it isn't there yet. And so instead of rather using the hard classification intermediate outputs, maybe we could go into the fuzzy classification where instead of getting maybe one output per algorithm, you get the entire spectrum and all their values so that you can more or less count for each particular pixel how many, what percentage of confidence goes for each of them, so that you could use that inside of your prioritization. It's something that I've just got abstract in my mind right now that I haven't really worked on. So it's beyond the scope of what I presented, but maybe next year when I've thought it out carefully, I can come out with that one, and hopefully we'll get maybe a 5% increase in accuracy.
Thank you very much. Any other more?
This goes to the wellness presentation that was done. Well done for the presentation. I would like to ask, since you emphasized on only two non-communicable diseases being hypertension and diabetes, I wanted to find out if, per your findings, were there any correlation between these two, that is diabetes and hypertension? And if there is something of that sort, can we know? And if there's nothing of that sort, I would humbly recommend that has to be looked at as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. As I mentioned, we had about 4 of them where I mentioned the cancers, diabetes, and the hypertension, but we focused on diabetes and hypertension. And your question is, you wanted to know whether we were able to find whether there was a correlation between the two. In fact, we did not go into it trying to find out what the correlation between the two, whether if the same people who are having or who are getting hypertensive, they are the same people who are getting the diabetes. We have patients like that. We have someone who is having hypertension, but not really correlation, because we did not go into it and find out what is really causing that. So maybe it's an area that we can also look at it and look at the relationship between them and look at what they do and what they don't do to ensure that this thing is also prevented. And as I said from day one, and as I said from the beginning, NCD is really, really something that we should all tackle, not from medication, but without lifestyle change. Thank you, or modification.
More questions? Okay.
Yeah, so we also saw from that same presentation that the NCDs are high in the areas having the wellness centers and then the health facilities. So yeah, I wanted to know if, and they were low in areas that the wellness centers are not that high. So I wanted to know whether there is a correlation between those having the NCDs, their locations, and where the facilities are located, where there is a correlation between them.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think what I said was it was not the wellness and the disease prevalence. It was where the populations are, the central business town, where the population are. And it's the same place that the clinics are or the facilities are. So if the facilities are, why are we not attaching the wellness clinic to those facilities? Because already the populations are there. I hope you are getting it. So you realize, because there is no policy on it to say that at least every facility should have a wellness clinic. In fact, Ghana Health Service, through the Director General, Dr. Kumar Waji, has also placed emphasis on that. Now, even with all the facilities, they should ensure that they have, and he has given our 3 years, that's by 2027, that every hospital should ensure that the first point of contact is the wellness clinic. You don't need to get sick or fall sick before you go to a wellness clinic, before you go to a hospital. You can just go in when they when they take your weight and your height, your age, they can use that to calculate your BMI, which is the body mass index, and know whether you are obese or whatever you are doing. Just an advice for them. And as the studies also, is that where there are not much of the NCDs, the hospitals are not even there. So we should concentrate building the wellness clinic at where the disease are prevalent. Thank you.
Okay. I think we're just going to have a quick discussion over here between you and I. So I looked at your maps and then I just thought back to some statistics that I was looking at. I realized that those places where you've got the high NCDs are those places where you've got high populations. So Greater Accra is practically Ghana, followed by Kumasi, and maybe the Western and Eastern regions. So could it not be that you are seeing a high number of NCD cases in those regions because by simple virtue of the fact that there are more people living there?
Yeah, that one can be a factor. But the main thing is, what are the causes of NCDs? These are some of the things that we should look at. What are the causes of NCDs? And some of them are hereditary, but most of them, we get it from our lifestyle. Those areas, how many of us exercise? How many of us eat healthy food? How many of us don't even eat at night? We don't even have time to eat. We don't even have time to even take the fruit because we are always busy chasing money at the business, at the CBC. So as he said, yes, it's true, but it's not necessarily the population, but what are the population doing over there? That is what we can also look at, being the causes of the NCD. Thank you.
There's a question from online, but that is for the last presenter online. So the last presenter who did something in relation to the call stations. So they said the call stations are at different locations. The accuracy of the data collected depends so much on the proximity of the call station. So why should you draw such conclusion? So that's a question coming from online. So I think if he can come in and assist us with some clarifications. Hello? Thomas. Thomas Yeboah.
Hello, please.
Yeah.
Please, I wasn't the one who presented on that topic.
Okay, it's me.
Okay, good. Yes. So the question, you can even see it in the chat.
Okay.
So if you can try to respond to Edward's question in the chat.
Okay. So the call stations, what we had in mind, actually we considered that, but then what we had in mind was that the call stations have a radius that it can reach. So the question is saying there are different locations, but then it has a radius it can reach. And then we use that radius based on the 3 call stations and picked the points that we were going to process from that radius. So we have the assumption that because of that radius, each call station should be able to process the data that we had. So that was the reason why we came out with that conclusion. As long as we did not consider the locations, we considered that, but then we also had the idea that since we are using that exact radius, then each point that we pick from, every proximity within the call station should be processed by those call stations. So we considered the locations. I don't know if I've answered your question. Hello. Please, can you hear me?
So can he try to answer the question for us?
Hello.
There was a question sent to you. I don't know if you can.
Yes, I can see the question. Is it
Okay.
yes. Please,
So
can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So we considered the location of the call stations that we were using. We used Winneba, Spintex, and then Koforidia. And with those call stations, we considered a radius around each of the call stations that the call stations can reach to process the data that we were picking. So we picked only data within that radius. So
Thank you
we
very
will-
much.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we are okay. Can we give them another round of applause? I think that we all work under people. We have our bosses and we asked permission to come for this conference. But how many of us are going back home with souvenirs? We have our souvenir here, an opener. It is takeaway. It shows that you were part of the conference and it's 25 cedis. Try as much as possible to get one. You ask permission. So you should go back with something as proof that you were part of the conference. Then we have a mug here, 30 cedis with Ghana Geospatial Society boldly written on it. When you give it to your boss, anytime you ask permission to come for a program of this nature, even before you open your mouth, because they are aware that a souvenir will follow when you come back. Yeah, so all this is by kind courtesy of our sponsors. We haven't acknowledged them today, so we need to appreciate them. Multi-Geomatics Lands Commission, LISAG, Geodrone Services, Sevcon Engineering Consult, Waterworks, TGTS Africa, Blebs Geo Consult, and then our individual sponsors, we have GS Isaac Lavi, GS Abigail Quay, GS Michael Nyogbe, GS Prosper Larry, GS Robert Hackman. We also have GS Florence Lamptey, GS Kwame Itiomo Boy Ado, GS Dr. Ben Quay, GS Benedicta Dede Reina, GS Dr. Louis Adai Reku, and then GS James Tampanga. Thank you for sponsoring us. We really appreciate it. On that note, we'll break for lunch. 45 minutes for lunch. Today we need to leave here early. So 45 minutes, please. Don't let us come pulling you from your food. 45 minutes, we are back. We finish with our panel discussion, then we can go home early. Thank you so much for understanding. And thank
your rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Love it when you stir it up. That body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why. Yes. But broke na my business. How much am I go crack? All I get for the night. Business. But broke na my business. How much am I go crack? All I get for the night. Business. Business. But broke na my business. How much am I go crack? All I get for the night. this for cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, moment myself, no do pass like this. So many things inside of my gene. Flat down, DBT, DBT.
Two. 1, 2, 1, 2.
So, welcome back from the break. We want to end our session with a panel discussion. The chair is already seated, so I'll hand over to him to introduce the panelists as we continue with the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam MC. So good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed our lunch. And those online, I hope you enjoyed the digital lunch. Since they did not come, next time they should join us. So they can please. You them or the Wachi or the Kinky. The Kinky. Okay, good. So those online, I'm sure you are smelling what you ate. And the souvenirs that people are picking too, I'm sure we can take pictures of them as well. Good. So we are getting to the last track of the last leg of all the tracks we started. And there's going to be an interesting discussion. We did advertise already that we'll be having a panel discussion. That's panel discussion 3. Advancing geospatial implementation and innovation. So this is an industry track panel discussion. So we want to see the key industries in the geospatial field. If you join us, where we would do some little banter on this high table here, in front of the high table. We'll share ideas. Let me borrow Professor Larry's word to cross-fertilize ideas. So in this discussion, we intend to have Sambus Ghana, Sambus Geospatial. Yes, Sambus Geospatial Ghana. But there's another one in Nigeria. Sambus Geospatial in Nigeria. So this one is Sambus Geospatial Ghana. Their focus area has been software solutions and then services within the geospatial area. And they have the expertise in providing Esri GIS solutions for various industries, including agriculture, utilities, urban planning, and others. There are various case studies to be telling us about. But I would like to invite to join me on this panel, Justin. Please give it up for him. The next that will join me is from Akuju Spatial. They are also into GIS solutions, Esri as well, and they are into data-driven geospatial services. They are pioneers in high precision geospatial data collection and analytics. And they place emphasis on their innovative approaches to integrating AI, machine learning with geospatial data. And they like solving complex problems. So, GS Mark, please join us. The third one would have been TGTS Africa. I would talk about them when I give a wonderful story. Why they are here or they are not here. So they are one of our sponsors, so I have to talk about them anyway. So their focus area is geospatial technology, integration, and consultancy. We heard him say yesterday that they are into ERP, geospatial enabled ERP, which is lacking on the market so much. And they advocate for tailored geospatial solutions and resource management, transportation, environmental monitoring, plus the ERP and others. But their boss is not. Yeah, he has some emergency, so he couldn't join us. But we'll be here, the two of us. You join me and we'll have some chat today. So this is our panel discussion. The objectives will be highlight the latest trends and technologies in geospatial implementation. You see us talk about the showcase of real-world applications of geospatial innovations in addressing various societal and industrial challenges. We will then discuss challenges and opportunities in adopting geospatial technologies in Ghana and across Africa. Then by the time we finish, we hope to come with some actionable recommendations for advancing geospatial adoption and innovation. So, gentlemen, you're welcome. Good. I am Michael Nyobe, your moderator. Just like I was here yesterday. I'm just continuing what happened yesterday. So first, I want to start my, usually we say Sambus, because we are more, we see it more as Sambus. So Sambus, what are the most significant advancements in geospatial technologies in Ghana? We've been having GIS implementation in Ghana. We've had it, sometimes you have to go and then see what is happening at survey department, you go to ECG, you come to this other company just to see what is happening so that you can then find a way of fitting yourself within the space. So what is really happening in this industry?
All right. Thank you very much for this opportunity. From our discussions and movement through the organizations you've mentioned, most of the implementation of GIS for these organizations are centered around monitoring and evaluation. Then they would want to have dashboards that speak to particular indicators for their operations. So I think you mentioned ECG. ECG is one of those institutions that is actively pursuing this agenda because they want to know exactly where their assets are, especially the pools they have their transformers, all those other assets they have. They want to know where they are located and the condition in which these assets are in. So if there is the need for them to regularly maintain them, then they follow up with specific applications that have been designed for them to go and attend to these areas. So I think if you go into these institutions mostly, you get to understand that it's difficult for them to actually accept the change that is happening in the geospatial industry. But then when they see things happening out there, especially in the global north, where we have a lot of these things being implemented, they see the need of adopting it, but sometimes it's difficult for them to accept the change. That is one of the difficulties in that area. But aside from that, they understand that geospatial is the way to go. They understand that they need to understand where their assets are located, what condition they are in, and how they can monitor these assets. So, well, maybe as we continue, I'll try to give more examples as to some of these things we are seeing in the industry. Yeah, but I think for the start, this is what I have to say.
Thank you very much. So Aku Geospatial, yes, he's telling us from the Geospatial north. People will always look up to see what is happening. So with this AI and things that you are doing in your area, what is the advancement that we have in the country so far?
Right. Thank you so much for the question, and thanks for the opportunity to be here and then share my views as well. So on the advancements of AI, I think that where we are as a country, there is more to do. We have put into some part of it, but of course, I think that there is more to do. Where we sit as Aku Geospatial, we are doing more of the Geo AI, because when you have AI technologies like machine learning, deep learning, where we are looking at neural computer systems to make algorithms to actually train data and all that. So that's coming together gives you the Geo AI. And this is one thing that's Esri, who we also look up to. We are also an Esri business partner. It's also taken very seriously. So we have done some implementations there in that field, in the Geo AI field. Esri has this LearnArcGIS where they have some deep learning modules that allow you to actually integrate it into your geospatial data. So with this deep learning modules, you can actually integrate it and then have that AI enablement on your geospatial data. And these are some of the implementations that we are doing. Even though, like I said, you don't have a lot of clientele who are really so much grasping the whole Geo AI, but I'm sure that with time we'll get there. And then also with time, I'm sure that some other people in the industry or in the country at large will also be able to grasp the full intent behind the whole Geo AI.
Okay, thank you very much, Aku Geospatial. So we realize that with all what you just said, not a lot of the organizations are on board with this geospatial, and now you're even moving too fast. You're adding AI. You look into the new ArcGIS, you see AI into the new ArcGIS as well, and our organizations are far behind. So how can we have public and private partnerships to accelerate this implementation? Because people are behind. You don't want to leave anybody behind.
I think we first of all up what I'll call a geospatial strategy or a GIS strategy, where together public firms and then the private firms can actually come together with a common goal to put in place a strategy that will allow people to know that GIS is our world that we live in. Because anything that we do in this world, it's all about location. You cannot take location out. So once that strategy is actually birthed, and then all the stakeholders are able to come up with the mindset that this is a good way to go, then we can do that. Another challenge we've had in this country, it's data. And I think that data is something that we need to take seriously in this country as well. I think Professor Andam in his presentation also mentioned that as well. So I think that we need to find a way to also integrate data, get a common network or a common database for some peculiar or some major infrastructure in Ghana. Yes, so that if there is a need to go to and then pick some data, you can always go there. When we talk of data, we are looking at some of the components of data, the quality of the data, the complexity of the data, the interoperability of the data and all that. So I think all these things have to come together, come into play. And if that common goal is there between the private and the public entities, we will be able to achieve this goal.
Justin, what's your take?
Yes, this is actually a headache for companies that I know of. The mere fact of collaborating with other institutions to share data is something that is not readily available in Ghana. Collaboration is very difficult. Some use cases for us in particular are people that come to it for ideas on how to solve issues. We propose solutions for them. And now give us the data or help us with data so that we can come up with a solution for you. And then it becomes a problem. And in most cases, I've come to realize that it's not that the data is not available. Data is available, but people tend to keep it to themselves, which is very difficult. And just like you mentioned during one of your presentations, you requested for data, the data was available, but then they asked you to pay for. That is one of the issues that we really have to tackle if we really want this public-private partnership thing to work, especially in the geospatial industry. Data is basically what we need to do our work. If we don't have the data, we can't work. We cannot reinvent the wheel to where we'll have to continuously go out there to collect data when data is already available. I think just last week when we're celebrating the GIS Day, I think we went to Cape Coast to speak to a number of people. In the process of a presentation we're making, I realized data that we have requested for from some institutions, written letters way back as, like I said, 6 months ago, was not released to us. And this is supposed to be public data, actually. We got somebody who was making a presentation and presented on all these things that are available. But then there was a caveat to that saying this is data for in-house use. Then the question ran in my head. How was that data gathered in the first place? This data was gathered using public resources and public funds. And so why is it difficult to share this data with people who want to solve problems using this data? So I think we have to do something about this collaboration thing. It's something that is really hurting the geospatial innovation drive. And we cannot keep on collecting data. There was an incident where I needed data, went to the authorities for them, released the data to me, they didn't. But we ended up realizing a foreign partner had that data and was using it publicly and even sharing it to people publicly. When the institution that is responsible for gathering that data in Ghana is not releasing it to Ghanaian organizations that want to use the data, but foreign companies out there have access to that data and they're using it. Yeah, it's very sad. Just like my brother said, it's very sad. It's really hurting us. So sometimes you the ideas are there to solve the problem. The tools are available to solve the problem, but then data availability becomes the bottleneck. And we have to really find a way of solving that. And in my organization, one thing we tried doing was to create a hub, a community where people will share their data. So at Sambos, we have the Sambos Geospatial Hub, which is supposed to share data. If you have data that you really want to share with people, you can put it out there. Definitely the data is going to go through some rigorous testing to ensure that it meets some standards, so that it can be accepted as at least nominal data, because we are not the authoritative institution for releasing those ones, but at least it should meet some thresholds so that when people come in there and they want to use that data, they can pick it, use it, and maybe reference saying this data was gotten from this source and it is nominal, or however you want to refer to it, but make sure it makes sense. That is one of the things at our level we are trying to do to push this collaboration drive. That's as a private institution. Yes. Yeah.
Yes, so I see you are trying something like that. But then I'm also looking. Yes, you tried that, but what about those people who are even struggling to even get up and stand on their legs? There are a lot of, let me say, government institutions who you would even, in your mind, you see that they should have been using the GIS too, but you can't understand why they are not using it.
Yes, that's
So
another.
How do we get them on board?
So that's another area we have been looking at diligently at Sambos Geospatial, and for that matter, Esri. Esri has instituted some programs like the GIS for Good program, amongst others, which tend to reduce the price of the software, at least for people who want to use it and do not have the financial resources to go for the actual product they want. So you get the software available to you at a reduced cost, so you can implement your projects. And this GIS for Good is in the various sectors, just like you mentioned. So there's agric, there's education, there's I think there's mining, and all those other areas are in there. One thing we are doing now to push that agenda is actually with the universities. So with the universities, the software we give them is an educational package. So it is not the commercial price we are giving to them. So universities get an educational package at a reduced price with a number of users, so that students can learn using that particular software solution. And that is one thing we are doing to push the institutions to use it. Secondly, we are also looking at training. So at Sambos, we run a lot of trainings. And just like my brother mentioned, the Esri Academy is also available, where you can learn on some of the general things that are supposed to be learned. But when it comes to specific things, we also train and provide technical support when they need be. So I think one is just running through my mind as I'm speaking now. There was an issue actually with Ghana Civil Aviation Authority, not an issue per se, but they had a training session that they had to go out of the country to train on how to use GIS for aerodrome monitoring, especially detecting buildings that are penetrating the approach and takeover landing sites. They went for the training, came back, and they were not able to implement the solution as was intended. Why? Because I think when they went, the training was done more of in a workshop format. So they just rushed it through without giving them documentations for it. We, as the distributors of Esri in Ghana, when they contacted us, we had to go back and train them on this. So we trained them, and now they have the skills again, and we provided them with manuals so that going forward, they will be able to use it. And this was done more of meant for them as a complementary service. So we didn't actually charge them because they had already done something like this. We had to just train them to make sure they keep on using it. They are not the only people. We have a number of other institutions that when they encounter problems and they come to us, we try to assess what they intend using the solution for. If it's for the general good and they are not using it, then we step in and give them a complementary training so that they can keep on using the solution. Yes.
Yes, Martins.
Yeah, I think to add to what my brother said, it's very necessary that we start the sensitization of GIS from the basic level. Or yes, so from the basic level. I think he mentioned university. At Aki Geospatial, one of our corporate social responsibilities is a program we have, that SPAT campaign, Spatial Thinking Campaign. So what we do is we have some selected second cycle institutions. We go there and then we offer them free GIS training. So and normally we climax it on GIS Day with sometimes a competition for all these grade 10 students. So grade 10 will be more like SS1 also. Yes, so they come together, they show some projects they have done based on what we taught them, and it's always good. And at the end of the program, we give them licenses, personal use license that is sponsored by Esri to them. And these actually help them boost their knowledge in GIS, and they are so much excited about it. So from the very level of secondary school, they know about GIS. You go to the university as well. I think that now some of the programs, you don't have to necessarily be in geography or geomatic before you get to know about GIS. There are some programs like and economy, other programs, they introduce them to GIS. So once from the educational level, it is hitting in their heads that there's this GIS. Of course, it gets to the organizational level, and then they will also be able to adapt it. Yes, and trainings, like he said, is also one key area that would also help people to know that, yes, there is a need for the application of GIS in whichever industry that they are working in.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so I like you've touched on an area that is key to us, touch on our hearts, but this spatial thinking campaign, we are trying to have spatial thinking clubs. So campaign club, which you are having something similar to that.
Yes, we also have something like that. That's the Geo Academy.
Geo Academy.
Yes.
Yes. So is this something we can collaborate? We have the people, you have the software. Can we do
Definitely. I think we can do that.
We can send people, we can go far. You can go yes, yeah. This is something we can partner and then see how we can have this spatial thinking class. We were thinking of the JHS level, where you are remaining. Let us go lower so that the only good they can come and catch you.
Yes.
This is something we can partner.
Definitely, I think it's something we can partner. So just like I mentioned 2 weeks ago, GISD actually happened. Since for 2 weeks now, actually I've not sat in the office continuously for more than 2 days because of this kind of activities. Yesterday I wasn't here because I was on a road show on GIS. We actually visited some schools preaching the gospel of GIS to them, and asking that even if they have people behind them, so this was at the secondary school level. So if they had people behind them who still wanted to learn, it's something we are encouraged to look at. And yes, partnering with GGS, I think it will be in the right direction. Where we are not able to reach, definitely, you might have people there who assist and give them the necessary training they need so they can start impacting the younger generations so they catch up with us.
That's great. Yes. So what about the ACU?
Yes, of course. Why not? I mean, partnerships are always welcome because it will, at the end of the day, give us a very broader audience. So, of course, we are also open to those partnerships.
Okay, that's great. So now, as we are thinking of the partnerships, let's move to challenges. You've been trying to implement this GIS in a lot of organizations. I visited a few myself, and we try to talk to them. The organization can even give you a beautiful space as a lab. They show you a lot of computers that might have been purchased, but they remain in their boxes for 3-5 years. And you are still waiting for them to launch or commission the computers before you can do something to it. Is this something you see when you talk about traditional government agencies? Unless the guy at the top signs it, you can't open that box. What are some of the challenges that we face when you are convincing organizations to implement the GIS?
Yes.
I know a lot of my members here are facing a lot of similar challenges, trying to convince their bosses. What
Yes.
challenges have you seen?
That
And
is
how
very
can
true.
we try to help them?
Just like you mentioned, that's the major one, I think, for us. The big bosses in the various organizations not understanding what GIS is about and what it can help them achieve. And I think that's one of the major challenges. There are several institutions we've tried implementing GIS, and that is mostly where we hit a roadblock. Sometimes the staff themselves understand what they can get from GIS. They are really eager about it. We sometimes even help them with paperwork on how to implement GIS. But when they present it to the organizations and it gets to the top, that is usually where the problem is. And from our experience, it's not just that those at the top, the executives do not understand. Sometimes it's also finance. I think I will use, well, if I'm not mistaken, but I think I can use Ghana Cocoa Board, for instance. Ghana Cocoa Board understands what they can get from implementing GIS for their activities. And one of the good things for people when we start these campaigns and we realize that the person at the top, the very top, understands what GIS is, it becomes easier for us to push it. But then sometimes when it gets there and they don't see the ROI as quick as they expect, then it becomes a challenge.
Where the ROI is
return on investment, actually. So the return on investment, if they don't see it as in the shortest possible time, it becomes a problem for them implementing it. That's one thing we have realized. So for Sambus in particular, one of the things we try to do in these kind of situations is to prove to them that what you are buying or what you are trying to acquire for the organization will benefit you in a good way. So sometimes we end up doing demos and sometimes even giving them some temporary licenses to use for a period. Once they use it and they understand that, oh yes, maybe this process that I was doing, which was manual, can be automated and made faster, then their minds start changing towards it and they start planning for it and putting it in their budgets. I think we have a classic case for Ghana Ports and Harbors Authority. Before we got them to actually come on board, it took us about 4 years just to get them to understand that GIS can help them better manage their port activities and the assets they have there. It took us about 4 years. 4 years because we spoke to the heads of the institution. They didn't really understand what it was supposed to be for them. Then we moved to other departments in the organizations that had geomatic engineers and surveyors there who understood what it was. Then we started working with them, training them on the use of the software. And they started, just like I mentioned, giving them trial licenses to do 1 or 2 things. Once they started implementing and showing it to top management, they began seeing the need to add it into their budget, and they now started adding that into their budget, and gradually we're able to get them to come on board. Yes. So sometimes the challenges are, I think one of the major one for some of them is the financing. Once they don't see the return on investment as quickly as possible, it tends to delay. And when the people at the top do not understand, it's another roadblock. And that is really the two major ones I would like to talk about. Maybe my co-panelists will add something.
You were not here yesterday, but His Excellency was here with us for saying that the Danish businessman does not have patience. I think our bosses have learned that. So you are saying 4 years, 5 years. And maybe by that time you move from there. I get to start counting the years again.
So actually, with that, we had some experience with that too, because sometimes the way the solution is changing very quickly. I can say without a doubt, 4 years ago, GeoAI was not a big thing in the space. Even a business analyst was not that big in the geospatial world. But taking us 4 years, maybe what we even gave to them 4 years ago for their trial is obsolete now. And now we now have to retrain them on some of these things. It's not good for us too, because in this case, maybe we have to do multiple complementary trainings before they get to understand it. But that's the sad truth of where we are.
So Martinson, how do you approach such things that take 4 years plus 5 years to convince one person or probably 3 people?
Right. I think just to maybe add up to the challenges, the costs, I would say, is also one of the main factors. Because for GIS, we know that they are open source softwares, they are proprietary softwares. But for some of us, for the work we've been doing in GIS, we have been doing the proprietary for a long time because we know the benefits that it gives. We've been preaching the ArcGIS platform because of the ability for you to use it across board on the mobile side, the desktop side, the cloud side, and all that. So the cost is one, the infrastructure is also another one, resources is also another one. If you do not have the required resources, I think it's also sometimes a roadblock to getting that. Even internet is also one main. So now the way things are going, ACMA, for instance, is faded out of the system. It's no longer supported. So if you are into GIS and you want to do ArcGIS, you have to go to ArcGIS Pro. And ArcGIS Pro, sometimes, even though you can configure it for offline use, it's best to use it online. So you can also have access to whatever is in your cloud infrastructure. So internet resources and all these things are all other factors. And for how to actually get people to adapt GIS, it means we need to keep preaching it. The usefulness of the whole system, how they can actually leverage on it to boost their efficiency as an organization and all that. Sometimes you have to go through series of presentations and demos to clients just for them to really understand that this tool is actually worth it in terms of the money you are paying for it. And eventually they are able to come to the realization that yes, it's going to help them. Then, like you said, we have to run it by the big bosses and all that. And sometimes that's what bring the lag time and then the cost as well. So I think we need to keep pushing. And I'm sure that what we were doing some few years back, if we look at what we are doing today, we can see that there's progress. And even though it's steady, there's progress. And we know that in the next few years to come, I'm sure that many will embrace it, and then it will be something that would be widely known across board.
Yes. So we try to touch on that. I'm sure my people are writing their questions. You have some questions, right? You jot some questions down. You have some. Who else has some questions for them? You have questions, right? Okay, so you write them down. We'll come back to you for the questions very, very soon. Now, you see, since we are all in various fields here, the morning I was chatting with different people from different sides of the village. They are all trying to implement GIS. They said
we've done plenty paper presentations, none of them from the military. That place, it looks like you are too dry. Okay. Why is it that you don't want to go there? Why? You don't want to put there to use GIS?
Oh, that is not the case. But the military is mostly a sensitive area. And for that reason, sometimes they will not want to present on some of the things they are doing. Even if they will do, they will not give you the details. I'm sure my brother, the military man amongst us, would attest to that. And but it's an area that we have actually ventured into, and we have dealt with a number of military organizations, not just in Ghana, because Sambus is not just in Ghana, like you mentioned. We are in Nigeria as well. The good thing is, I think in Nigeria, we even have a project that is currently ongoing with the military. And they are not just not using the ArcGIS, they're also using ENVI, especially the ENVI for defense and intelligence in order to track a number of things. So it's just that the information, mostly they will not release to you. The only thing you would have to do is they tell you, this is what we want to do. Come and train us on this, so that they will pick it up from there. So mostly we don't get into understanding the true workings of what they do, but we are in there and we work with them. Yes. Unless maybe it's something that they have declassified, then they can present to us. But most of their informations are classified.
Interesting. What is your experience?
We've had some works for the military in the past, but it was not so much on an extensive level. I think they needed some maps. So one of the regiments, we did some works for them. And of course, we also proposed that they try to get the whole infrastructure for their organization. That conversation started, but I think it fell off some way. But anytime they need help, maybe that particular unit of the military, they fall on us. If they want some maps or something, we are able to do that for them. So maybe we need to go further and see if we can actually let them see leverage on the GIS product and then use it on the larger scale. Yeah.
Good. So I'm coming around with my last round of questions. So we behind this SDG goals every time. They tie it to something that Ghana Water would do. You go to Lands Commission, they tie it to them. You go to the military, they have some tied to them. So it's tied to almost everything we do as a nation. How do we use this GIS to achieve these goals? Because we're talking about it plenty, trying to convince people. Then these SDG goals are measurable, which they say we have missed a lot of the target. So how do you use the GIS to do that?
All right. Yes. So for this particular one, I think the founder of Esri usually has this to say. When it comes to GIS, he usually likes to say, GIS is limited only by your imagination. There is no sector that GIS cannot be applied. I can say 5 years ago, 5 years, 6 years ago, GIS was not so much in the health sciences, but of late, we see a lot of things happening. Today's presentation, we had a number of presentations that were health related. Previously, you would not see that. The maximum you will get is just a steady map of maybe an area, then that is it. But now we have people going into health sector, doing big things in those areas. Yes, we have people in all sorts of industries, even retail has become a very big thing. Fleet management is another that has become very big. Yes, we know the Google Maps for navigation and all those ones are there, but proprietary solutions for sensitive information is another area that is going big. I know elsewhere we are trying to assist one of these West African countries in implementing something similar. The presidency will want to know where their vehicles are at any point in time, and they don't want to go the open source. They want it proprietary. So this is something that ArcGIS is looking into. So in ArcGIS, there's something we call the Geo Event Server, which will work for them. The only thing they need is the live feed coming into, and they can monitor whatever they want to monitor, with dashboards actually calculating what is happening on each of these vehicles at each point in time. So there's no limit per se to what GIS can do. It's just as I quoted earlier, it's just limited by your imagination. If you are not able to tie something location-wise to it, then you will say, I can apply GIS to it. But once you are able to pinpoint a location-based component to it, you are able to use GIS to do it. Even of late, we've seen human resource people coming in to use GIS. And it's working. It's working for them. For the SDGs in particular, I think I can even mention a number of them. For poverty, for instance, that one is very common because I think of late we see a lot of poverty maps that are being done. I think Statistical Service have done a yeoman's job on that. And if you go on their website, there are these web maps that you can use in calculating some of these indicators. So poverty, for instance, I know there's something like that. Health, there's something. Okay. Ghana Water, I think you people, you are using a lot of GIS in coordinating your operational activities and others. That is something that is good. So at least if you look at all these SDGs, once there's a location component to it, it's much easier for you to implement GIS to it. Yes.
Yes, so Martin, so yesterday someone said he likes Dreamers, another one too did not like Dreamers.
Likes what?
Dreamers.
Okay.
Someone too does not like who dream. Now, he said, SG, it's only, if you cannot imagine it, then you can't do it.
Right.
So it's about dreaming, right? So what is happening to the SDGs? The people who dream and then their bosses who do not dream.
Well, like he said, the SDGs, 17 of them, right? Yes, they are something that GIS can actually help to actually help in terms of implementation of them. Because you would identify that most of them are challenges. And then GIS is all about problem solving, or it's all about better decision making. So what can you do? You can actually have a visualization. Like you said, once you can actually have the location components to it, you can have the visualization, you can identify the trend pattern, you can actually see the progress that is actually ongoing. So if you are taking clean water and sanitation, for example, you can do some mapping of where there are no water. And if you have to get some funding to do some borehole development there, you do those mapping, then you see how best it is actually helping the people of that community. That's just one of the goals. So once you have that enablement to pinpoint a location to it, can go ahead and then use GIS to help you monitor the trend, the progress, do some dashboards to visualize it, see how it is actually impacting the people. If there are any shortcomings, you can actually do based on these shortcomings to make better decisions and say that, okay, so in the near future, this is the next goal that we have to do. This is the next thing that we have to do in order to solve the goal. And then, I mean, once some of these things are falling in the right places, you will see that gradually we'll be achieving what we want to achieve with respect to the SDGs. Yeah, so when it comes to people who dream and those who, I mean, GIS is there to help you. It's just about you are actually having the imagination that you can help you. You just have to take that step. Just take that step and then you can start it. You don't need so much to actually start GIS. I mean, like I said, even if you are really interested in doing GIS, you can go online. There are a lot of tutorials. There are a lot of courses you can always pick. And then of course it can help you to achieve that particular goal that you want to achieve.
Yes, so Martinson says you don't need so much to go into GIS. He didn't say it is free, but you don't need so much. So at this juncture, I want to ask the questions on the floor.
Right.
Should they have written so much? Let's allow them to forward before they forget. So the floor is open for questions. Auntie B, your work has started.
Thank you so much. Mine is about the ROI you mentioned. To every organization or business entity, when you are talking about the implementation of a tool, they are asking how much are we getting from it? That component, can we come out with a template, a general template that can help us communicate effectively the benefits of implementing GIS in organization? Okay, I'm not talking about general benefits. If they ask, we can just answer that one. But cost benefit analysis, when you implement GIS solutions, how much will it add to organizational output? And in that aspect, translate to monetary benefits. That's my first question.
We do want to ask the second one too before we should drill it down, then you come back in. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm always interested in the data. And I think what we've realized is, I'm not sure some of us or some of those in the industry, they know the importance of data. We always say, when you take 10 research, limitation will be GIS will be 7 out of 10 will say they had limitation of data. So what I want to know is, what are the plans going forward with institutions like the two of you? And the last one, in fact, you addressed it partially when you spoke on the ArcGIS and the ArcGIS Pro. You know, now QGIS is rising up because it's open source and people are jumping to that place. So what do you have for us with those in our small corner that we want to use the ArcGIS Pro for our work? What do you have for us apart from the institution one that you have a discount for them? What do you have for us individual? Are you charging us as you will be charging us, or you have some discount for us? Thank you.
Last question.
Thank you so much. The other question has to do with how organizations like yours are influencing government policy. So that, you see, it all has to do with government policy. Accountants will try to influence government policies. Planners try to influence government policy. So that, like we say in the NDPC guidelines, we can see that we have kept in place a policy to train people in the planning sector to use GIS, in the military to use GIS. What are the government policies in place, if you know? Or how can we influence government? So we have government policies that will influence the use of GIS in all government organizations. Thank you.
So we'll take the answers from the panelists.
All right, so thank you very much. Yeah, so on the return on investment, the ROI, what we usually do, especially at Sandwich, is like I mentioned earlier, focusing on demos that will speak to specific indicators. I mentioned GPET much earlier. Finally, when GPHA bought into the idea of adopting GIS, what we did was to run a full demo of what they told us they wanted to achieve with the GIS. We did a full demo, which included mapping of their assets and calculating rent on landed assets for them. So you are able to calculate how much you expect at the end of a financial year, depending on who is renting what facility. And you know the base rate for the facility already. So you're able to come up with a dashboard that speaks to how much you expect at the end of the year. You're able to track who is in a particular facility, when the rent will expire, and all those other features that come with it. And with that, you're able to see clearly on the dashboard at the end of this year, this is the amount I'm expecting from rent. If at the end of the financial year you don't achieve that, then you have your officers to hold for that, because you know whose rent is expiring, who is renewing, and who is not renewing. So if the money doesn't come in, you can hold them responsible. This is something we did that showed them that, okay, for something like rent, it's possible. After showing them this, IT jumped in. They were like, oh, if it can do something like this, then I want you to also use it to do something else for me. I want to know where all my cameras are so that I can monitor them and know what is happening on the facility. Estate also came in, okay, with this, I want to have a form that I can monitor maintenance of the facilities. So they also came in. So a form was designed for them, which is loading data real time onto the dashboard. So the manager of estate can sit in his office and review the dashboard and know what is happening, which facility needs repair at what time, who has been assigned to go and work on that facility. Is the person there, or has the person gone to work on it? All those things can be done. So once we did something like that and showed it to them, it made it easier for us. They could easily see, oh, if I invest this amount of money in this, at the end of my financial year, I can make this amount of money, which I wasn't making. So that is a clear opportunity, that is, well, a clear case we use. So whenever we go to an institution, we try to understand your workflows and try to work on demos that will speak to your particular KPIs and help you address them. That's what we do. Yes. And you mentioned something about the future of GIS adoption. I think, if I'm not mistaken, your second question. The policy, the government policy on this. Great. So it's good you brought this one up. I think 2 months ago, there was a conference of geographers in Ghana that was held in Legon, Geographers Association of Ghana, Ghana Geographers Association, yes, GGA. And at that conference, this was preached a lot, and we got the understanding that based on this particular, the understanding of GIS, GGA then, that's Ghana Geographers Association, had proposed a curriculum for GIS implementation in senior high schools. I think just 2 days ago, well, yesterday, even as I went around some of the schools, we're told some schools have started implementing the GIS in secondary schools. These are some of the things we are pushing for. Yes, I know GGS is doing something similar with one of the CPDs. Yes, I think I was in one of the webinars and that this came up. So we try to look at where we can make the impact and now push the authorities and tell them this is what can be gotten from what we intend implementing, and try to get them come up with policies that we can contribute to that will lead the charge. That's one of the things we do there. I think the last question, or you want to answer that? Yes, the other one, data. You top of it. Okay. So now, yes, on the data issues, it's really a big issue. It's really big. And it looks like the open data that is already available is really not helping. There are some data sources some data layers that you pick, and visually looking at it, you can tell that this data is wrong. It will not help my cause. Yes. One thing that I have learned since joining Sambos is the emphasis on metadata for your data layers that you would want to publish out there. You have to ensure that you come up with a metadata that speaks to that particular data. Let any other person who is picking the data understand that these were my challenges at the time of coming up with this particular data or this particular data set. So that when the person picks it, the person doesn't just say, oh, this is it, I'm going to work with it. Let the person read the thing and understand, oh, I had limitations here, I had limitations there. So if you are using it for some particular analysis, there might be loopholes. That's one of the things I have identified, and we try to instill that in all the kind of data that we are able to put out there. Before we put it out there, we let you understand our challenges. So we don't just put it out there and anyone can just come and pick it and run away with it. No, we don't do that. I think in the process of asking that question, you talked about yes, the platform. Yes. That one is interesting, but funny enough, Esri is trying to go that route. Esri knows it's not everyone who can buy the software outright. That's why we have, they're trying to move most of the things online now. At least it's cheaper going online and doing a subscription than trying to buy a perpetual license. Most people feel buying a perpetual license is the way to go because maybe they are getting funding from some donor agencies and stuff. So they want to just buy a perpetual license and keep using that. But there's a problem with that. Just like my colleague mentioned, ArcMap is out of the system now. It's not supported. Well, it's not completely out. It's still in use, but it's not supported. No updates. So if there are new updates coming onto the software and you are not paying for the subscription, you don't get any of those things. And now subscription is much more cheaper. It's cheaper going the subscription way than going the perpetual, I would say. And now we also have some platforms like you mentioned. So I think we have something like the Africa Geoportal. For people who do not have the resources to buy the software but would want to use it, you can go on the Africa Geoportal, create an account, and you have access to ArcGIS online to do what you want to do. You can use it to creating your maps, analyzing your data, and all those other stuff. There's a little caveat to that because sometimes when you finish the analysis, because it's an open source and you are not charged for it, sometimes the data is out there. Any other person can go and just look at what you have done. But it's a platform, it's something that Esri is bringing in to make sure people who do not have the resources to buy and would still want to use the solution can use. Yeah, I think my brother has something to add.
He has pretty much answered all the questions. So yeah, but on the issue of data, it's a challenge, like you said. Sometimes you need data and you have to go to maybe statistical service. You go there, they ask you to, yes, I mentioned statistical service. He's nodding his head. Yeah, so he knows the challenge involved in getting data. It's not so easy. Sometimes you have to go through a series of processes, letters, and all that. And sometimes whoever gets the data feels that it's his intellectual property. So to release the data out to you, either you have to pay for it or, I mean, go out there and then go and get your own data. So it's very necessary that we are able to build one particular framework, a database that in case you need data apart from the open source, well, of course, you can go online and get, maybe if it's the 16 regional, the raw data. For some of these basic data, you can actually get it online, but specific data speaking to specific issues, it's sometimes a difficulty getting
such data. So maybe we can initially, like we said, have this collaborative efforts and see how we can build one data framework for use by geospatialists. I think he pretty much answered all the other questions.
This one follow-up, right? Yeah, there's a follow-up question.
Okay, the follow-up, still on the data. I don't know whether currently do you have a Polygon data for communities?
All communities.
Yes, please.
For communities, it will be difficult, but
it's not difficult because
we have personally.
Okay.
Okay, we have okay, so we have the regional level, the district level, even the EA level. I think I even have the EA data, but the district, sorry, the community data. Are you talking about points or Polygon?
No, Polygon.
Polygon, yes, for Polygon, I'm not sure. What we have is points. But for Polygon, we could have the EAs, the districts, the regional, but for Polygon community.
With the PAC 2021, you know, they used interactive maps
Right.
with the Ghana Statistical Service. And I think they are the only people having that data. And even with the community population that was done, when you go there and you are going for the community population, they will tell you it has not been gazetted.
Right.
And how long? After 2021, 2022, how long can we?
I'm not so sure if Statistical Service will have the Polygon
for the community.
Yes, I'm not so sure.
They only have the EAs.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking, because to get the community Polygon data, it's quite some work.
Okay.
Yes. And
for the EA data, how do we get them?
Well, like I said, go through the route of the Statistical Service. I mean, they are the sole owners of some of these data when it comes to district and Ghana data. So, well, we've actually gone to them for some data and we've been able to get it. So, and I'm sure day in and day out, you know, data is always dynamic. What was present last few years ago, probably the shape would be the same, but the attributes have changed. And that has probably changed the data. So, data is dynamic, and maybe going back to them, we need to get that done.
Okay, so when you also get it at this Sambus, right?
I'm Aki Geospatial.
Aki Geospatial. So when you get it, how do you also give it to all? Because
so after the session, we'll just talk behind.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yes, so I can see the excitement in the area of data sharing and data availability. It was one of the panel discussions we missed by the hair of the skin. Yes, so we missed that particular panel discussion because some key members were not. There are some clashes of some agendas, so you have to look for another day to have it, because that's something very key that we would have to have that discussion. That's the first point I have noted down here, because every organization is talking about data, how to get data, how to get this locality data, this community level data. I have seen some for some portions of Accra. We wish we have it for the whole country. We are also looking for it as well, you see. And we also engage in statistical service. We want to find a way we can talk and get it. You see, sometimes we tell you, give me something, I give you something. Yes. So whatever it is, yes, we must have that platform. They were also invited to be on the data sharing panel, but then I think we missed them as well. So we will try and get them so that we can ask them the difficult questions you are posing to the wrong people, so that they can help us see how we can access that data. Then looking at this data sharing thing, maybe we have to look at this collaboration thing. Now we can get a geoportal developed for data sharing across all sectors, public, private sectors. If you have to pay on that platform, get it, so that you can get it as quick as you want it. If it's free, you need to get it from the platform as well, so that you don't keep moving from office to office, just begging for data to do something that will benefit all of us. Then I realized that there was the spatial thinking campaign or spatial different names, but all the same goal. We want to get the young ones into the geospatial environment so that wherever they go, they not depart from the gospel of GIS, right? That is what we are all trying to do. We are doing it in a fragmented way. So let's see how we can do the collaborative approach of catching the young ones so that when they grow, we can also say that they will be buying our products or they'll join us in our profession as well. Because be it they join us, they have to also promote the gospel. If they are not part of us, they have to buy the gospel and use it wherever they are. And it must be a conscious something that we do. Else you are selling the softwares. You don't get people to buy them in future or the hardware. We too, we are looking for people to employ in our companies. We won't get people to even pursue that particular program to come there. And whoever they are, they must use it. So we must create that market. And they are the human beings that we must target. So I think we would have to find better ways of collaborating. Then the third one that came out of the panel discussion, which I think is very key to those who are struggling to implement the GIS in the organization, the template to come up with the cost-benefit analysis for organizations. I think a lot of people were nodding their heads when the suggestion came. We would have to find a way of getting a team together to get something like that. I don't know. So these are my call for action out of this particular panel discussion. Can we get some 3-4 people who volunteer to the committee to start something? Yes, we need to come up with that template that we, all of us, those who are struggling, if they need, then we can assist each other because you need them to implement it in organization. So probably so that you can also penetrate that organization. They also need to convince their bosses. How do we collaborate to get that through done? You have done something like that. So you have something you can share.
Not something concrete, but just like I mentioned.
That can be a starting point.
Yes.
Whatever it is, we can share it.
So what we have at Samboost now is the Samboost Open Hub. The Open Hub is a repository of data that we feel should be out there. Once we get it and we work on it and we agree that it should be out there.
Not the data. We are talking about the cost benefits analysis template.
Yes.
So that's
okay. Yes. So even
how he can get that cost
convince,
benefit analysis to convince the boss.
Yes.
Because
so
there should be the know-how before you can go and convince your boss.
Yes. There'll be a number of steps to that. I think first, what I'll speak about is the Esri Academy. Maybe we talked about. Yeah. So maybe just mentioning some of the points from there. If your organization has specific needs, you can go onto the Esri Academy, learn exactly what you would want to implement. Then you can use one of the openly available, like I mentioned, the Africa GeoPortal or any of those other things. You can design something with sample data of what you would want. Then maybe we can now start, you start preaching to your management with something like that. Once they see the outcome of what you are preaching to them, it will be easier for them to buy into.
So would that give us some cost benefit analysis?
Yeah, I think so. So for specific indicators that talk to revenue, it's much easier to do that. Specific indicators speaking to maybe performance is easier because if you have specific indicators you're supposed to meet, it's just a matter of checking them. If on the dashboard you realize you are supposed to be at 10 and you are at 1, it means you have not met your targets. It's easy. Okay. So in this case, a manager will just have to look at the dashboard and realize that you are not meeting your target. He will not have to go and pick a lengthy document to read what you have been doing in the past 1 week, 3 months to understand. Once the person look at the dashboard, he can easily see your performance.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I hope, I think, yes, the last question. Please, let's use the microphone. Those online cannot hear when we are talking to ourselves.
I think what the template, what we are trying to say is that a general working framework, which in a form of a template, which can tell us if you want to communicate to your boss about the implementation of GIS in your organization, what key variables should you consider implementing, documenting? What are the costs and the benefits of implementing it, so that we have a general framework when we are speaking, like what you are saying. If I go to the portals you are talking about, I should have something to guide me. You understand? First, something to guide me. If you are in the land economy sector, you are in the estate sector, what general variables should we look at? That when we implement, these are the benefits we should be having. These are some of the key indicators that will help us communicate more, and it will be standard. That when we all try to communicate from our general perspectives, at times we may get it wrong. You understand? So a guideline will be there and should be there for us. That is what we are requesting for. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you've gotten it clearer. All right. So I want to take the opportunity to thank first our panelists for accepting to dialogue with us here today, to enlighten us more on the issue of the GIS, advancing geospatial implementation and innovation. Yes. So we are very grateful to you. Yes, I think we may call on you further for some of these other deliberations as well. But then the issue of this template, probably we may need to form some 2-3 man committee to come up with something that could help us to be able to do that effectively. And a lot of our people will benefit so much from it, and equally you also be able to benefit as well. And I am very grateful to you, to our audience here. I'm grateful for the way you paid attention. Nobody dozed. Everybody was happily, eagerly listening to what will be said next. Those online too, I realize that yes, they are still there. They have not run away. And I think there's a question online. It would be unfair to take that one question or comment. So the gentleman in need of data can go to the statistical service. There is a procedure to follow to acquire data once it's available. So I think that is the same thing we are all saying. Yes, so that shows that those online have been listening to us as we have all the engagement here. Yes, so colleagues, thank you very much. We'll do this again another time in a different way. Please, let's give a round of applause to them.
Thank you so much for the session. I'll call upon GS Della Ahiapo to give us the vote of thanks. Shall we welcome her with an applause?
Hello. On behalf of everyone, I'd like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our panelists and our presenters, both online and in present. We are honored to have the opportunity to learn from you. Thank you very much for your expertise.
Thank you for giving us the shortest vote of thanks. All too soon, we have come to the end of our conference. I would like to call upon our brother again, GS Isaac Blebo, to give us the closing prayer. Announcements. Okay, so let's take these announcements.
So our MC is in a hurry to close. Yes, so we thank you for joining us in our conference. It was a conference and AGM, but then we needed to have our auditor join us for us to present our audited accounts to members, as well as the budget for the coming year with a program of activities. But since he couldn't finish his work, we want to also present a proper work to all of you. We would close the conference, but the AGM will just adjourn it, and then we'll continue the AGM online on a date to be announced, hopefully somewhere in December, so that the auditor joins us, presents the audited account, we can scrutinize, ask all the questions, we adopt it, and then we can present to the registrar of companies. So, and then we can renew our subscription there. Yes, and then we'll be needing people to also join various committees as well to assist us do various activities. I'm sure those information will be going around on our platforms so that we can volunteer to offer our service. As you heard about the spatial thinking clubs or campaign or all of this, we want to start it as well in collaboration with Sambus and Aku Geospatial and all other agencies who are willing to help us get our kids on board. And we can't do this without each geospecialist. When you do it, you have to get people who can volunteer some man hours a week. So the idea is that we write to a school and then they agree, and then we get at least 2 people assigned to that school. Once a week, you spend an hour to go and take them through some predefined curriculum so that they may know some basics in GIS, be able to publish maps, be able to pick some data either with a phone or drone, be able to solve some simple problems in society with GIS at their level. Then as they progress, getting to the end of the term, we'll see how together with them, they're having some competition alone. They do it alone. And now we want to also penetrate and join that competition they are doing so that it becomes something on a national scale. Then we get a lot of schools to be interested in the tools we are using. So we'll be expecting to see people who would want to help us get this done. Me alone, I can't reach anywhere. I would need people to volunteer 1 hour a week. So you look at whichever area the school that will be, we'll select some category of schools. The school nearest to you probably can volunteer 1 hour a week. We will see if you can afford, then we would give a token for fuel for that 1 hour a week. It may not be enough for the fuel, but it will be able to support you, to motivate you to go and then get this done. If others want to support us achieve this aim too, that would be great. But the little money you are paid for the dues, this is one of the things we want to use it to do so that we can get our young ones to understand what we are doing. So we will knock at your doors to get some of you to volunteer. For schools close to your community, not schools far away from you. So when we select, we would let you know. I spoke to some of the colleagues, they want to start one even in the Western region as we speak. So we'll find a school, we'll float it for people to volunteer. He has got a few volunteers already, but we want to get a few more volunteers so that we can get this done. Some schools, they can't go far. They've gone to Central region, they do Accra. They can't get to Tamale and be coming every week. That they will collapse, you see. And we are scattered across the country. So if we do it together with what they are doing and Akuju Special are also doing, Akuju Special will also be more in Accra, largely, because if they want to go the whole country, their company will collapse. But we have the manpower across the country. So wherever we are, let us try to give off a little bit of what we know. And by so doing, God will bless us to have more and then be able to improve upon wherever we are. And that might even give you certain consultancies. Because these people you'll be teaching, you don't know who their parents are or wherever you may meet them. So when we ask you, please do offer your 1 hour a week for us. So on behalf of my other executives, I want to thank you very much for joining us. This AGM is not closed, but adjourned. We'll continue it online. Thank you.
Thank you, President. So we have our own giving us the closing prayer.
Please, let's be upstanding. I think we've been sitting for a while. And we can take the closing prayer. Everlasting King, we want to thank you once again. We called on you from the beginning of this program, and this is how far you brought us. We thank you for the knowledge acquired. We thank you for the discussions. We thank you for the guidance and all the issues discussed. Our prayer is that you will help us to be able to implement this for the betterment of our society and the world at large. As we are living here, Lord, may your spirit and your presence guide us, grant us traveling mercies, those traveling from far and near, that will all get to our destination safely, and we'll be careful to give the praise, glory, and honor unto your holy name. In Jesus' mighty name we pray, and we commit the Ghana Joe Special Society into your care, that let it be a force that will propagate the need and the use of Joe Special profession in Ghana. In Jesus' name we pray with thanksgiving. Amen.
Yep. So for your information, we are going back to where we had our lunch. There's a snack waiting for you.
So